Today, I've prepared the biography of Augustus. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. Welcome to our gentle journey through time, back to ancient Rome. Tonight, we'll be exploring the life of Augustus, the first Roman emperor who transformed a republic into an empire. As you rest your head on your pillow and feel the weight of the day melting away, allow yourself to drift with me to a world of marble columns, flowing togas, and the birth of an era that would shape history for centuries to come. Let your breathing slow as we begin this soothing tale of power, transformation, and legacy. The soft whispers of history will guide you toward peaceful slumber as we explore the remarkable life of a man who was once known simply as Octavian before becoming the revered Augustus. Close your eyes now and let's begin our journey together. In the gentle light of a September day in the year 63 BCE, a child was born who would one day transform the Roman world. This child, named Gaius Octavius, whom we now know as Augustus, entered life in the modest Palatine district of Rome, where the air carried the distant sounds of the Forum and the scent of olive trees that grew in nearby gardens. His father, also named Gaius Octavius, came from a respectable equestrian family from the town of Velletri. Nestled in the rolling hills, about 25 miles southeast of Rome, the elder Octavius had risen through the ranks of Roman society through diligence and political acumen, eventually reaching the rank of senator and praetor, a significant achievement for a man not born into the ancient patrician families of Rome. The soft breezes of Velletri had long whispered through the Octavii family olive groves, where generations had tended the silvery-leaved trees and pressed their fruit into the golden oil so beloved throughout the Mediterranean world. It was said that the family home there still held a small room where young Gaius would later visit, running his small fingers along the worn wooden furniture that had belonged to his ancestors, connecting him to a lineage that, while not grand by Roman standards, was respectable and industrious. His mother, Asia, brought more distinguished connections to the family. She was the daughter of Julia, who in turn was the sister of Julius Caesar himself. Through this maternal line, young Octavius could trace his heritage to the ancient Julian clan, who claimed descent from the goddess Venus through the legendary Trojan hero Aeneas. Asia was known for her devotion to traditional Roman virtues, raising her children with stories of their ancestors' dignity and service to Rome. Her voice, a soothing presence in the evening hours, as oil lamps cast their warm glow across the family's atrium. The Rome of Octavius's childhood was not the marble city it would later become under his own rule. Streets were narrow and often muddy, lined with insulae, tall, precarious apartment buildings where most Romans lived in cramped conditions. The wealthier homes, like that of the Octavii, were built around central courtyards where fountains might quietly trickle, offering respite from the busy streets beyond their walls. The sound of water was ever present in Rome, flowing through public fountains, carried in terracotta pipes beneath the streets, splashing in the baths where citizens gathered to cleanse their bodies and exchange the day's news. When Octavius was just 4 years old, his father passed away while preparing to stand for the consulship, Rome's highest office. The soft padding of mourners' feet and the gentle murmur of consolation filled the family home as young Octavius, perhaps not fully comprehending the permanence of death, watched the funeral procession wind its way through streets dappled with autumn sunlight. His mother Asia, now widowed with 2 children, Octavius, and his older sister Octavia, soon remarried to Lucius Marcius Philippus, a former consul who provided stability and further connections for the family. In the quiet moments of childhood, young Octavius would have heard the adults speaking in hushed tones of the political turmoil surrounding them. The Roman Republic was in its twilight years, though none could know it then. Great men like Pompey, Crassus, and his great-uncle Caesar formed alliances and rivalries that would shake the foundations of the state. Civil wars had already scarred the previous generation's memories, and the tensions that would lead to more bloodshed were building, like distant storm clouds on the horizon. Education for a Roman boy of good family began at home, where Octavius would have learned his letters and numbers at his mother's knee, or under the guidance of an educated slave serving as a pedagogue. The smooth wooden tablets covered with wax on which he practiced his first letters would have been warm to the touch after hours of use, the stylus becoming familiar in his small hand as he formed the Latin alphabet over and over again. Later, he would study Greek as well, the language of culture and philosophy that no educated Roman could be without. Around the age of 12, Octavius began wearing the toga praetexta, the white toga with a purple border that marked him as a freeborn Roman youth. This change in clothing symbolized his transition toward manhood, though the full responsibilities of adulthood were still years away. The weight of the woolen garment across his shoulders was a physical reminder of the dignity expected of a Roman of his station. Even as a boy, his formal education expanded to include rhetoric and oratory, essential skills for any young man who might aspire to public life. In the cool shade of a portico or garden, he would have practiced delivering speeches, his voice gaining strength and confidence as he mastered the cadences and techniques that could move an audience. His teachers noted his methodical approach to learning. Not the quickest student, perhaps, but one who thoroughly mastered whatever he studied, retaining knowledge with remarkable precision. The young Octavius had a somewhat delicate constitution, prone to illness that occasionally confined him to bed. During these quiet periods of recovery, he developed a love of literature and history. listening to readings of Homer's epic poems and the accounts of Rome's rise to power, the rhythmic hexameters of the Iliad and Odyssey would have flowed through the room like a gentle current, carrying his imagination to the walls of Troy and the wine-dark seas of Odysseus's journey, even as his body remained still beneath soft woolen blankets. At the age of 12, Octavius delivered the funeral oration for his grandmother Julia, Caesar's sister. Standing before a gathering of Rome's elite, his young voice carried across the forum, steady despite the emotion of the moment. This public debut revealed both his composure and the growing interest his great-uncle Caesar was taking in his development. The great general, then ascending to unprecedented power in Rome, watched with approval as his young relative showed promise beyond his years. As Octavius moved through adolescence, the wider world of Rome opened to him. He would have visited the campus Martius, where young men exercised and trained in military skills under the open sky. There, the soft thud of feet on packed earth, the controlled breathing of wrestlers, and the distant clatter of wooden practice swords created a backdrop for the physical development that complemented his intellectual growth. Though never robust, he participated as his health allowed, understanding that a Roman man must be prepared for both the forum and the battlefield. The religious life of Rome also shaped his formative years. Temples dotted the city, and regular festivals marked the passing of seasons. The gentle chanting of priests, the sweet scent of incense, and the solemn processions through flower-strewn streets all impressed upon the young Octavius the importance of maintaining proper relations with the gods who watched over Rome. These ceremonies, with their ancient rituals performed exactly as they had been for centuries, instilled a deep respect for tradition that would later characterize his approach to governance. In 50 BCE, when Octavius was 13, he assumed the toga virilis, the plain white toga of manhood, in a quiet ceremony that marked his official entry into adult Roman society. Family members gathered around as he dedicated his childhood bulla, a protective amulet, to the household gods, their small statues watching from their shrine in the family atrium. The oil lamps flickered, casting gentle shadows across the faces of those who witnessed this transition, unaware of how far beyond ordinary Roman manhood this youth would eventually rise. The following years brought increasing exposure to the political world. His stepfather Philippus, with his consular experience, introduced the teenager to the complexities of Roman governance and the network of alliances and obligations that bound the ruling class together. In the cool marble halls of wealthy Romans or the shaded peristyles of their villas, Octavius observed the subtle arts of negotiation and influence that underpinned formal political structures, absorbing lessons that would serve him well in years to come. Meanwhile, his great-uncle Caesar's star continued to rise. After conquering Gaul, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River in 49 BCE, precipitating civil war with Pompey and the conservative faction of the Senate as armies marched across Italy and then throughout the Mediterranean world. Octavius remained in Rome, continuing his education, while the Republic teetered on the brink of transformation. The distant thunder of these conflicts reached him through letters and returning soldiers, whose accounts of Caesar's victories stirred both pride in his family connection and awareness of the fragility of Rome's traditional order. In 46 BCE, Caesar celebrated 4 triumphs in a single month, parading the spoils of his victories through Rome's streets in spectacles of unprecedented magnificence. 16-year-old Octavius, watching from among the crowds as golden treasures and exotic captives passed by, could not have failed to be impressed by his great uncle's achievement. The scent of flowers strewn before the procession, the rhythmic steps of legionaries in polished armor, and the cheers of the crowd created a sensory tapestry that demonstrated the rewards of power and the adoration it could bring. Caesar took note of his young relative, increasingly bringing him into his circle. Though still pursuing his studies, Octavius began to receive minor honors and responsibilities that marked him as someone of potential importance. When he fell ill and could not accompany Caesar on campaign, the dictator's disappointment was noted, a sign of the growing bond between them. In 45 BCE, Octavius was sent to Apollonia in Illyricum, modern Albania, to continue his academic and military training. The coastal city, with its Greek heritage and intellectual tradition, offered both educational advantages and proximity to the legions stationed there. The sound of waves against the Adriatic shore provided a constant backdrop to his studies, while the presence of military camps nearby allowed him to observe the discipline and structure that made Roman armies so effective. His circle of friends during this period included Marcus Agrippa and Gaius Maecenas, young men who would remain his closest confidants and most effective supporters throughout his life. Together they studied and trained, forming bonds of loyalty that would withstand the tumultuous events to come. Their conversations under the stars of Apollonia, voices low and thoughtful, as they discussed philosophy, strategy, and their hopes for the future, created a foundation of trust that would later help sustain an empire. It was in Apollonia, in March of 44 BCE, that the 18-year-old Octavius received the news that would alter the course of his life and of Roman history. His great uncle Caesar had been assassinated in Rome, stabbed 23 times by a conspiracy of senators who called themselves liberators. The message arrived with a travel-worn courier, whose exhausted voice delivered words that fell like stones into the suddenly silent room where Octavius and his friends gathered. The initial shock gave way to urgent consultation. His advisors, including his stepfather Philippus, counseled caution, suggesting he renounce any inheritance and remain safely away from Rome's dangerous political currents. But something in the young man, some combination of ambition, duty to his family name, and perhaps a genuine belief in Caesar's vision for Rome, led him to make a different choice. Learning that Caesar had adopted him in his will and named him as his primary heir, Octavius decided to accept both the name of Caesar and the complex, perilous legacy that came with it. As he prepared to return to Italy, gathering his closest companions and making arrangements for the journey, he stepped from the relative quietude of his youth into the center of a power struggle that would consume the Roman world for years to come. And so ended the early life of the young man born as Gaius Octavius, as he set forth to become Caesar's heir, and eventually the first Roman emperor, Augustus. The childhood and adolescence spent in the fading light of the Republic had prepared him, through education, family connections, and the careful observation of power, to navigate the turbulent waters ahead. The thoughtful boy, who had once practiced his letters on wax tablets, would go on to write his name indelibly in the annals of history, transforming Rome from a republic in crisis to an empire that would endure for centuries. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle mist of history, Augustus's family lineage unfolds like a tapestry of interwoven threads, each strand connecting to distant ancestors whose lives quietly shaped the world that would one day know their descendant as Rome's first emperor. As we explore these ancestral pathways, let your mind drift along these ancient connections, following the soothing rhythm of generations, passing one to another through the soft corridors of time. The family of Augustus traced its origins to the small town of Velletri, nestled in the rolling Alban Hills, about 20 miles southeast of Rome. This tranquil landscape, with its fertile soil and gentle slopes covered in olive groves and vineyards, cradled generations of the Octavia family. The air there carries the scent of wild herbs and sun-warmed stone, much as it did when young Octavius would visit his ancestral home, feeling the connection to those who came before him. The Octavia were not among Rome's ancient patrician families who traced their lineage to the legendary founding of the city. Instead, they belonged to the equestrian order, a respectable rank of Roman society that placed them comfortably among the provincial gentry. Like many such families, they maintained traditions of modest dignity, valuing education, civic responsibility, and the quiet cultivation of connections that might advance their standing over generations. Augustus's paternal grandfather, Gaius Octavius, lived a life of provincial prosperity, managing the family estates and serving in local government positions. He married Ancharia, a woman from a respectable family, about whom history has left us few details beyond her name. Like many women whose quiet influence shaped families without being recorded in the chronicles of their time, together they had a daughter, Octavia Major, who would grow up to have a family of her own, creating cousins who would later play their parts in Augustus's imperial court. After Ancharia's passing, the elder Gaius Octavius remarried to Asia Balba Caesonia, a woman whose lineage would prove significant to young Octavius's future. Asia's mother was Julia Minor, the younger sister of Julius Caesar himself. This marriage connected the provincial Octavia to one of Rome's most ancient patrician families, the Julii, who claimed descent from the goddess Venus through the legendary Trojan hero Aeneas and his son Aeolus. This divine ancestry was more than mere family pride. It was a narrative that would later be woven into the very foundation of Augustus's imperial ideology. From this union of Gaius Octavius and Asia came two children, Octavia Minor, who would grow to be one of the most respected women in Rome, and a son born in September of 63 BCE, named Gaius Octavius, the boy who would one day become Augustus. The family lived in a comfortable home in the Palatine district of Rome, where the gentle sounds of fountains in interior courtyards would have mingled with the distant hum of the city beyond their walls. Young Octavius's father, also named Gaius Octavius, distinguished himself in public service, rising through the cursus honorum, the sequence of public offices that ambitious Romans pursued. He served as quaestor, then as praetor, and was elected to the prestigious position of governor of Macedonia. His governance was marked by fairness and competence, qualities that earned him respect among both Romans and the provincial populations he administered. Stories of his father's just treatment of the Thracian tribes and his successful military campaigns against neighboring Bessi would have been told and retold in young Octavius's household, creating an impression of public service as both honorable and attainable. But the steady flow of family life was interrupted when Octavius was only 4 years old. His father, returning from Macedonia, fell ill and passed away unexpectedly at Nola. This early loss created the first significant transition in the young boy's life. The gentle hands that might have guided him directly were now absent, and the responsibility for his upbringing shifted to his mother Asia and his stepfather Lucius Marcius Philippus, whom Asia married around 57 BCE. Philippus was a shrewd and cautious nobleman who had navigated the treacherous politics of the late Republic with skill. He had served as consul in 56 BCE and maintained connections across the political spectrum during the growing tensions between Pompey and Caesar. From Philippus, young Octavius would have absorbed valuable lessons in political pragmatism and the art of surviving in uncertain times. The household traditions now blended the provincial dignity of the Octavia with the aristocratic connections of Asia's family and the political savvy of Philippus. In this expanded family circle, Octavius was not raised in isolation. but as part of a network of relationships that included his sister Octavia, his cousins from the Julian side, and the children from Philippus's previous marriage. Family meals would have been occasions for discussion of current events, recitations of poetry, and the sharing of family stories that connected the present to the past. One can imagine the young boy listening attentively as tales were told of his great uncle Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, or of the ancient legends of the Julian family's divine ancestry. The family maintained traditional Roman religious observances, with Octavius participating in household rituals honoring the family's Lares and Penates, the protective spirits of the home and storeroom. These quiet ceremonies, with their familiar rhythms of prayer and offering, created a sense of continuity and divine protection that would later influence Augustus's religious reforms. The scent of incense, the soft glow of oil lamps, and the murmured prayers formed a sensory backdrop to his understanding of the relationship between the human and divine worlds. Education within the family began with his mother Asia, who by all accounts took a direct interest in her son's development. Roman mothers of good families typically supervised their children's early education, instilling values and monitoring their progress. Asia ensured that young Octavius received instruction in the fundamentals of reading, writing, and arithmetic, laying the groundwork for his later rhetorical training. The rhythm of these early lessons, the repetition of letters formed in wax tablets, the recitation of simple texts, the counting exercises, created patterns of discipline and attention that would serve him throughout his life. As he grew older, Octavius's education expanded to include Greek language and literature, essential components of a proper Roman education for a young man of his standing. The family employed Greek tutors who introduced him to the works of Homer, the philosophical dialogues of Plato, and the speeches of Demosthenes. These texts were not merely academic exercises, but windows into a cultural heritage that Rome had both conquered and absorbed. The flowing cadences of Greek poetry and the logical structures of Greek philosophy became part of the intellectual landscape of his mind, influencing how he would later conceptualize his own role in history. Family connections played a crucial role in broadening young Octavius's horizons beyond the immediate household. His great uncle Julius Caesar took note of the promising youth, including him in public ceremonies, and eventually bringing him closer into his circle. At the age of 12, Octavius delivered the funeral oration for his grandmother Julia, Caesar's sister, an unusual honor that marked him as a youth of promise. The careful composition of this speech, practiced in the quiet corners of the family home under the guidance of his tutors, represented his first step into public life, a gentle foreshadowing of the orator and statesman he would become. The family's traditions of public service continued as Octavius matured. At 16, he received the toga virilis, the adult male toga, in a ceremony that marked his transition toward manhood. This family ritual, celebrated with relatives and friends, connected him to generations of Octavia and Julii who had undergone the same transition. The weight of the toga on his shoulders represented not only his own coming responsibilities, but the expectations of his ancestors, whose imagines, ancestor masks, would have been displayed in the family home, silent witnesses to the continuity of family identity. Throughout these formative years, the wider context of Roman society was experiencing profound transitions. The Republic's institutions strained under the weight of imperial expansion. Economic disparities grew more pronounced, and powerful individuals increasingly challenged traditional constraints on ambition. The conversations in Octavius's household would have reflected these tensions, with Philippus's cautious pragmatism perhaps tempering the more partisan perspectives that might have come from his connection to Caesar. The family maintained a careful balance in these turbulent times. While connected to Caesar through Asia, they were not among his most visible partisans. This measured approach reflected a family tradition of prudence that valued long-term security over immediate advantage. Young Octavius would have absorbed these lessons in political navigation, observing how his stepfather maintained relationships across factional lines, and how his mother managed the family's social connections with diplomatic skill. As civil war erupted between Caesar and Pompey, the family's position became more complex. While their connection to Caesar was clear, Philippus had maintained cordial relations with Pompey as well. This period of uncertainty would have created a household atmosphere where news was carefully evaluated, public statements measured, and private opinions sometimes kept separate from public positions. For a young man forming his understanding of politics, these years provided a master class in the management of risk and opportunity. When Caesar emerged victorious from the civil war, the family's fortunes naturally rose with his. Yet even in this period of ascendancy, the traditional values of the Octava, their provincial dignity, their respect for education, their careful cultivation of relationships, remained evident in how young Octavius conducted himself. He was sent to Apollonia for further studies and military training, continuing the family tradition of thorough preparation for public life. Rather than rushing to claim advantages from his great uncle's position, it was during this quiet period of study in Apollonia that news reached Octavius that would forever alter the course of his life and the history of Rome. Caesar had been assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE, and in his will had adopted Octavius as his son and heir. The initial shock gave way to urgent consultation. His advisors, including his stepfather Philippus, counseled caution, suggesting he renounce any inheritance and remain safely away from Rome's dangerous political currents. But something in the young man some combination of ambition, duty to his family name, and perhaps a genuine belief in Caesar's vision for Rome, led him to make a different choice, learning that Caesar had adopted him in his will and named him as his primary heir. Octavius decided to accept both the name of Caesar and the complex, perilous legacy that came with it as he prepared to return to Italy, gathering his closest companions and making arrangements for the journey. He stepped from the relative quietude of his youth into the center of a power struggle that would consume the Roman world for years to come. In this moment of decision, we can see the culmination of his family heritage, the provincial pragmatism of the Octavite, the noble connections of his mother's Julian line, the political acumen gleaned from Philippus, all combining to create a young man who could envision himself as Caesar's true heir in spirit as well as in name. The family traditions of careful preparation, thorough education, and measured ambition had created an individual uniquely suited to navigate the crisis that would transform the Republic into the Principate. And so the story of Augustus's family heritage flows into the greater river of Roman history, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom, connections, and traditions that would help shape not just one man's destiny, but the future of an empire. As we contemplate these gentle currents of influence passing from generation to generation, we might find ourselves drifting along with them, carried by the soothing rhythm of time's passage toward the peaceful shores of sleep. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle glow of the late Roman Republic, young Octavius opened his eyes each morning to a world of sensory richness and subtle complexity. The Rome of his childhood was not yet the marble city that would later define his reign, but rather a sprawling, ancient place of narrow streets and varied neighborhoods, where the scent of baking bread mingled with the earthy aroma of the Tiber River, flowing steadily through the heart of the city. The family home, where he spent his earliest years, stood in the Palatine district, one of Rome's most prestigious neighborhoods. Here, the houses of the wealthy and well-connected created a tapestry of domestic life, with inner courtyards sheltered from the busy streets outside. The Octavian household would have been comfortable rather than ostentatious, befitting a family of equestrian rank, with connections to the old patrician families, but not among the most flamboyantly wealthy of Rome. Within these walls, young Octavius would have awakened to the soft padding of household slaves preparing the day's first activities. The gentle splash of water being poured into washing basins, the quiet murmur of voices discussing the day's provisions, the distant calls of street vendors beginning their rounds in the early morning light. These formed the gentle soundtrack of his earliest memories. The interior spaces of a Roman home of good standing offered a cocoon of comfort against the sometimes harsh realities of ancient urban life. Cool stone floors provided relief during the warm Italian summers, while braziers brought warmth to the chambers during winter months. The walls would have been painted in soothing colors, perhaps soft reds, yellows, and blues, with simple decorative patterns or scenes from mythology, creating a visual environment that balanced dignity with comfort. In the atrium, the central reception area of the Roman home, light filtered down through the compluvium, an opening in the roof that allowed rainwater to collect in the impluvium, a shallow pool below. This gentle play of light and shadow created a tranquil atmosphere where the young boy might have observed his father receiving morning clients, or his mother overseeing household matters. The soft echo of voices in this space, the cool touch of mosaic floors beneath small feet, the dancing patterns of light across the walls. All these sensations formed the tactile foundation of his understanding of home and belonging. Beyond the immediate household, the neighborhood pulsed with the rhythms of Roman daily life. The steady tread of sandaled feet on stone pathways, the distant rumble of wooden cartwheels over cobblestones, the calls of merchants, and the laughter of children playing in small courtyards. These sounds would have filtered through the walls, connecting the private space of home with the public world beyond. When venturing outside with family members or attendants, young Octavius would have encountered a rich tapestry of urban experiences. The narrow streets offered a constantly changing panorama of human activity. Shopkeepers arranged their wares in small storefronts. The colorful displays of fabrics, pottery, and foodstuffs, creating a visual feast for observant young eyes. The sense of the city would have varied from street to street. Here the rich aroma of a baker's oven, there the pungent smell of a tanner's workshop. Elsewhere, the delicate perfume of flowers being sold for household shrines. The social environment of his childhood extended beyond the immediate neighborhood to include the country estates, where the family would retreat during the hottest months of summer, or during times when the city's periodic outbreaks of illness made urban living hazardous. These rural settings offered a completely different sensory landscape, one that would have provided important contrast to city life and broadened the young boy's understanding of the world. In these countryside retreats, likely in the hills surrounding Rome, the pace of life slowed perceptibly. Mornings began with the gentle chorus of birdsong rather than urban clamor. The air carried the sweet scent of wildflowers and herbs growing in abundance across the hillsides. Here, young Octavius might have wandered through olive groves, the dappled sunlight filtering through silver-green leaves, creating patterns on the ground beneath his feet, the distant sound of shepherds calling to their flocks, the gentle rustling of wind through cypress trees, the occasional bleating of goats or lowing of cattle. These rural sounds created a soothing backdrop to days spent exploring the natural world. The visual landscape of these rural settings offered expansive views that contrasted sharply with the enclosed perspectives of urban life. Rolling hills stretched toward distant mountains, their colors changing subtly with the seasons. The vibrant greens of spring giving way to the golden hues of summer, then the rich russets and ambers of autumn. These vistas would have instilled in the young boy an appreciation for natural beauty and perhaps planted the seeds of the extensive gardens and landscapes he would later commission as emperor. Water features prominently in the Italian countryside, and young Octavius would have experienced the cooling presence of streams and small lakes during hot summer days. The sound of water bubbling over stones in a brook, the cool sensation of dipping tired feet into a clear pool, the distant shimmer of sunlight on water viewed from a hillside. These experiences connected him to the natural rhythms that governed rural life, so different from the more artificial patterns of the city. The social environment of these rural settings differed markedly from urban society. Here, the hierarchies remained, but took on different forms. The estate managers, farm workers, and local villagers created a community with its own customs and celebrations. Young Octavius, accompanying adult family members, might have observed grape harvests or olive pressing, witnessing the seasonal labor that produced the wine and oil that were fundamental to Roman life. These observations would have provided early lessons in the agricultural foundations of Roman prosperity, knowledge that would later inform his policies as ruler. As the nephew of Julius Caesar, Octavius inhabited not just physical spaces, but also a complex social landscape. His family connections placed him adjacent to power, without initially marking him as a central figure. This position allowed him to observe the workings of Roman politics and society from a somewhat sheltered vantage point, absorbing lessons about power, influence, and social navigation that would serve him well in later years. The educational environment of his childhood combined formal instruction with practical observation. Roman boys of good family typically received their early education at home, often from Greek tutors who introduced them to literature, mathematics, and philosophy. The physical setting for these lessons might have been a small study room in the family home, perhaps overlooking a garden courtyard where the sounds of a small fountain provided a soothing backdrop to recitations of Homer or exercises in rhetoric. The texture of these educational experiences would have been rich with sensory detail. The smell of papyrus scrolls, the feel of a stylus in young fingers learning to form letters on wax tablets, the sound of the tutor's voice reciting poetry to be memorized, the visual impact of maps showing the expanding Roman world. Education was not merely intellectual, but physical as well, with exercise and military training forming important components of a young Roman's development. As he grew old enough to accompany male relatives to public spaces, young Octavius would have experienced the grand civic architecture of Republican Rome. The Forum with its temples and basilicas, would have presented an awe-inspiring vision of public space and political power, the sound of orators addressing crowds, the sight of religious processions winding through streets decorated with garlands, the imposing presence of public buildings adorned with sculptures and inscriptions. All these elements of Roman civic life would have impressed upon the boy the grandeur and permanence of Roman institutions. Religious observances formed another important thread in the tapestry of his childhood environment. The Roman household maintained its own sacred spaces, with a lararium or household shrine where daily offerings might be made to family ancestors and protective deities, the flickering light of oil lamps, the subtle aroma of incense, the quiet murmur of prayers. These created moments of contemplative peace within the daily routine. Beyond the home, public religious festivals punctuated the calendar, bringing color, music, and ceremony to the streets and temples of the city. The changing seasons brought their own rhythms to both urban and rural life. Winter in Rome brought cooler temperatures that encouraged more indoor activities, with family gatherings around hearth fires where stories might be shared and lessons imparted. Spring transformed both city and countryside with renewed energy, as gardens bloomed and public spaces filled with people emerging from winter's relative seclusion. Summer's heat drove many wealthy families to their country estates, while autumn brought harvest festivals and preparation for winter's return. Throughout these seasonal cycles, young Octavius was absorbing not just the physical sensations of his environment, but also the social codes, cultural values, and political realities that would shape his understanding of his place in Roman society. The careful observations of a thoughtful child, combined with the deliberate education provided by his family, were laying the groundwork for the remarkable adaptability and strategic thinking that would characterize his adult life. The death of his father when Octavius was only 4 years old altered his family environment significantly. His mother Asia remarried to Lucius Marcius Philippus, bringing a new paternal influence into the household. This change would have reshaped the daily routines and social connections of the family, perhaps introducing the boy to new circles and perspectives through his stepfather's connections. The physical spaces of childhood provide more than just shelter. They shape perception and understanding in profound ways. For young Octavius, the contrast between urban sophistication and rural simplicity, between private domestic space and public civic architecture, between the modest comfort of his own household and the occasional glimpses of more lavish lifestyles among Rome's elite. All these environmental factors contributed to a developing worldview that was both grounded in tradition and aware of possibility. As he approached adolescence, these accumulated experiences of place and society had created in him a deep understanding of Roman values and social structures. The physical environments of his childhood, From the intimate spaces of the family home to the grand public buildings of the capital, from the cultivated gardens of country estates to the wild landscapes beyond, had provided a rich sensory education that complemented his formal studies when the news of Julius Caesar's assassination reached the young man, followed by the astonishing revelation of his adoption in Caesar's will. Octavius stood at the threshold between this formative environment and the tumultuous world of late Republican politics. The physical and social landscapes of his childhood had prepared him, perhaps better than anyone realized, for the challenges that lay ahead. The observant child who had absorbed the sights, sounds, and rhythms of Roman life would draw on these deep wells of experience as he navigated the dangerous waters of power and transformed himself from Caesar's heir into Augustus, Rome's first emperor, as we imagine young Octavius drifting to sleep in his childhood bed, perhaps listening to the gentle night sounds of the city beyond the walls, or the soft whisper of wind through trees at a country estate. We too can allow ourselves to be carried away by the rhythms of this ancient world, so distant yet so richly textured, as we journey toward our own peaceful rest. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In the quiet years of his youth, young Octavius embarked upon the educational journey that would shape the future Augustus. His formal studies began, as was customary for boys of noble Roman families, around the age of 7. Each morning, as the first gentle light of dawn touched the tiled rooftops of Rome, he would rise and prepare for his lessons, the household still peaceful around him, the city only beginning to stir beyond the walls of his family home. His primary education was entrusted to a Greek freedman named Spherus, a patient and methodical teacher who introduced the boy to his letters and numbers in a small, sun-dappled room set aside for study. Spherus spoke in low, measured tones as he guided his pupil's hand across wax tablets, teaching him to form the characters of both Latin and Greek. The scratch of the stylus against wax created a soothing rhythm that marked the passing hours, while the scent of beeswax warmed by the sun through an open window filled the air with a subtle sweetness, unlike some of his more rambunctious peers. Young Octavius showed an early aptitude for learning. He approached his studies with a quiet diligence that pleased his teachers and family alike. His mother, Asia, would sometimes observe his lessons from the doorway, her presence a gentle encouragement, her smile a warm reward for his efforts. In the evenings, she would listen as he practiced reciting simple verses, her soft corrections guiding him toward proper pronunciation and cadence. As the seasons turned and years passed, his education expanded beyond these fundamental skills. Around the age of 12, Octavius began studying with a grammaticus, a more advanced teacher who introduced him to literature and rhetoric. His new instructor, Varius Flaccus, was a respected scholar known for his deep knowledge of Roman history and traditions. In the cool quiet of afternoon lessons, Flaccus would unroll scrolls of poetry and prose, reading aloud from the works of Homer and Aeneas in a melodious voice that brought ancient heroes and their deeds to life. The young student would close his eyes sometimes, allowing the flowing narrative to create vivid images in his mind. The walls of Troy, the journeys of Odysseus, the founding of Rome, these stories settled into his consciousness like gentle rain into fertile soil, nourishing his understanding of honor, duty, and leadership. When the reading ended, teacher and pupil would discuss the themes and meanings, their voices a soft counterpoint in the hushed study room, occasionally interrupted by the distant calls of street vendors or the cooing of doves on the windowsill. Octavius particularly enjoyed the works of Cicero, whose elegant prose demonstrated the power of carefully chosen words. He would spend hours copying passages from Cicero's speeches, absorbing not just the language, but the structure of persuasive argument. His hand grew steady, his letters more confident, as he transcribed these models of Latin eloquence. Sometimes, in the golden hour before sunset, he would practice delivering short sections of these speeches in the garden, observed only by household slaves going about their evening duties, who would pause momentarily to listen before continuing with their tasks. Mathematics also formed an important part of his education. His tutor in this subject, an Alexandrian named Ariston, taught him geometry and arithmetic, using practical examples drawn from architecture, agriculture, and commerce. Together, they would calculate the dimensions of buildings, the yields of harvests, the distances between cities. These lessons often took place outdoors, where teacher and student could measure shadows cast by the sun or count the regular patterns of planted trees in nearby gardens. The gentle breeze would ruffle the edges of their papyrus as they worked through problems, the physical world around them becoming a living textbook of numerical relationships and proportions. As Octavius approached his 15th year, his great uncle Julius Caesar began to take a more direct interest in his education. Though Caesar was often away on campaign, he corresponded regularly with the boy and his family, sending books and scrolls from the far reaches of the empire. These precious items would arrive carefully packed in wooden boxes, sometimes accompanied by curious objects: a piece of amber from Germania, a small statue from Gaul, a cloth dyed with the famous purple of Tyre. Each gift was a lesson in itself, a tangible connection to the vast world beyond Rome that Caesar was bringing under Roman influence. When Caesar was in Rome, he would sometimes invite his young relative to accompany him on walks through the Forum, or to attend dinner gatherings where philosophers, poets, and statesmen engaged in spirited conversation long into the evening. On these occasions, Octavius was expected to observe more than participate, absorbing the subtle dynamics of power and influence that flowed around Caesar like the folds of his toga. The young man would sit quietly, his eyes taking in everything: the deferential nods, the carefully phrased disagreements, the strategic alliances formed and dissolved over cups of watered wine. At 16, following the custom for young men of his class, Octavius received the toga virilis, the plain white toga that marked his transition from boyhood to manhood. The ceremony took place on a mild spring morning, with family members and friends gathering to witness this important rite of passage. His mother Asia straightened the folds of the new garment with tender hands, her eyes bright with unshed tears. His stepfather Philippus placed a protective hand on his shoulder, a gesture of both pride and caution. For the adult world that Octavius was entering was filled with both opportunity and danger. This transition coincided with a shift in his education toward more practical matters. He began to study law under Gaius Trebatius Testa, a respected jurist and friend of Cicero. In Testa's library, lined with scrolls containing legal precedents and commentaries, Octavius would spend long, quiet afternoons learning the intricate framework of Roman law. The room was often filled with the gentle rustling of papyrus as they consulted different texts, comparing interpretations and discussing the application of legal principles to hypothetical scenarios. Testa was impressed by his student's methodical mind and remarkable memory. Octavius could recall complex legal arguments after a single reading, and showed a particular aptitude for recognizing patterns in seemingly disparate cases. These study sessions would sometimes continue as the daylight faded, oil lamps casting a warm glow over the scrolls and creating dancing shadows on the walls. The scent of the lamp oil mingled with that of the papyrus and the leather scroll cases, creating an atmosphere of scholarly concentration that Octavius found deeply satisfying. Physical education remained important throughout these years. Each morning, before the heat of the day set in, he would visit the campus Martius with other young men of his age. There, under the open sky beside the flowing Tiber, they would exercise their bodies as diligently as they exercised their minds, swimming in the river's cool waters, running across the grassy fields, and practicing with wooden swords. These activities built strength and endurance, while also forging bonds with peers who would one day serve alongside him in Rome's political and military spheres. His riding instructor, a veteran cavalryman named Salvius, taught him not just how to stay mounted during difficult maneuvers, but how to understand the temperament of different horses. Listen to what they tell you with their ears, their breathing, the tension in their muscles. Salvius would say in his weathered voice as they walked the horses cool after a morning ride. These lessons, delivered in the peaceful setting of early morning exercise grounds, with mist rising from the river and birds calling from nearby trees, contained wisdom that extended far beyond horsemanship. throughout his adolescence. Octavius also received instruction in the religious traditions of Rome. His maternal grandfather had been a member of one of Rome's priestly colleges, and he ensured that his grandson understood the importance of maintaining proper relations with the gods. The young man learned the correct procedures for sacrifice, the significance of omens, the complex calendar of festivals that structured the Roman year. This knowledge was imparted during visits to temples and shrines, where the solemn atmosphere and ancient rituals created a sense of connection to Rome's distant past. The philosopher Athenodorus of Tarsus joined his educational circle when Octavius was 17, bringing with him the teachings of Stoicism that would influence the young man's developing worldview. In the cool shade of a portico, with the gentle sound of a fountain playing nearby, Athenodorus would explain the Stoic principles of self-discipline, duty, and emotional restraint. But these philosophical discussions often continued during evening walks through gardens or along quiet streets as the city settled into night. Teacher and student would move at a leisurely pace, their conversation flowing as naturally as their steps, pausing occasionally to observe the stars appearing one by one in the darkening sky. Athenodorus taught Octavius to see these celestial bodies as examples of divine order and harmony, principles that could be applied to human affairs and governance. It was during one such evening walk that news reached them of unusual activity in the Senate. Messengers were hurrying through the streets, and an atmosphere of tension was spreading through the city like ripples on a disturbed pond. The next morning brought the shocking news of Caesar's assassination, and with it, the end of Octavius's peaceful education. The years of patient learning, of quiet study and gradual development had prepared him in ways that would only become apparent in the challenging days ahead. The literary knowledge that allowed him to craft persuasive speeches and letters, the legal understanding that helped him navigate complex political situations, the philosophical principles that guided his decisions. All these educational threads would be woven together as he stepped onto the stage of Roman history in the tumultuous months and years that followed. As Octavius transformed himself into Caesar's heir, and eventually into Augustus, he would draw constantly on this rich educational foundation, the patient observation skills developed in childhood, the disciplined study habits formed in adolescence, the broad knowledge acquired from his various teachers. These became the tools with which he would rebuild a fractured republic into a stable empire. As we reflect on this formative period in the life of Rome's first emperor, we might imagine the young Octavius in a moment of quiet study, his breathing slow and regular, as he absorbs the wisdom of ancient texts by the soft light of an oil lamp, the gentle turning of papyrus pages, the distant sounds of the city beyond his window, gradually fading as night deepens, the occasional soft footstep of a household slave checking that the young master has all he needs. These peaceful elements create a scene of contemplative learning that would shape not just one man's life, but the future of an empire. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. The young Octavius, who would one day become Augustus, first learned the art of leadership not from grand political maneuvers, but from quiet conversations in sun-dappled gardens and lamplit studies. His earliest mentor was his grandmother Julia, sister of Julius Caesar, who instilled in him the importance of family pride and the dignity of their lineage. She would sit with him in the afternoons, her voice a steady murmur as she recounted stories of their ancestors, their victories, their failures, the wisdom they had passed down through generations. Her presence was a calming one, her hands steady as she gestured while speaking, the scent of olive oil and incense lingering in the air around them. Through her, Octavius learned that power was not merely about strength, but about patience, about knowing when to act and when to wait. Then there was his mother, Asia, whose quiet strength and sharp mind left a deep impression on him. She was a woman who moved through life with careful deliberation, never rushed, never flustered. She taught him the value of discretion, of knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. There were evenings when she would sit by his bedside, her voice soft as she reminded him that words, once spoken, could not be taken back, that a true leader weighed each one carefully. Her lessons were woven into the fabric of his thinking, shaping the way he would later govern, always measuring his responses, always considering the consequences before acting. But perhaps the most transformative relationship of his early years was with his great uncle, Julius Caesar himself. Their first meetings were brief, formal affairs. A young boy standing before a man who was already a legend. Yet Caesar saw something in Octavius, a quiet intelligence, a willingness to observe and learn rather than simply react. He began to include him in his political circles, allowing the boy to sit in on meetings, to listen as generals and senators debated the future of Rome. It was in these moments that Octavius learned the art of persuasion, of how to read the expressions of men, to sense their ambitions and fears. Caesar did not lecture him. Instead, he let the lessons unfold naturally, as the young Octavius absorbed the rhythms of power through observation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the torches were lit in Caesar's villa, the two sat alone in the garden. The air was warm, the scent of jasmine drifting on the breeze. Caesar, reclining on a couch, turned to Octavius and said, in that measured way of his, "A ruler must be like the moon, not always visible, but always felt." It was a lesson the young man would never forget. When Caesar was assassinated, the shock reverberated through Octavius like a thunderclap. But in the quiet that followed, he remembered the lessons of his mentors, his grandmother's patience, his mother's discretion, Caesar's strategic mind, he did not rush into vengeance. Instead, he moved deliberately, forming alliances, gathering supporters, always keeping his emotions in check. It was during this time that he found another guiding figure in Marcus Agrippa, his closest friend and most trusted general. Agrippa was a man of action, but also of deep loyalty. Their friendship was one of balance. Octavius, the thinker; Agrippa, the doer. Together, they navigated the treacherous waters of Roman politics, each complementing the other. There were others, too, who left their mark on Augustus's mind. The philosopher Athenodorus of Tarsus, who taught him the value of stoicism, the idea that true power lay in self-control, in mastering one's emotions rather than being ruled by them. The poet Virgil, whose words would later shape the cultural identity of Rome, instilled in him an appreciation for art as a tool of governance, a way to unite people under shared ideals. Even Cicero, though their relationship was fraught with tension, contributed to his understanding of rhetoric, of how to sway hearts and minds with carefully chosen words. As the years passed and Augustus solidified his rule, he often reflected on these relationships, these voices that had guided him. In the quiet of his private chambers, surrounded by scrolls and the soft glow of candlelight, he would think of the lessons imparted to him not as commands, but as whispers, gentle nudges in the right direction. His governance was not the work of one man, but the culmination of many influences, many hands shaping the clay of his character. And so, as we drift into the quiet of night, we might imagine Augustus in his later years, sitting beneath the stars, his thoughts turning to those who had shaped him, the grandmother who taught him patience, the mother who taught him caution, the uncle who showed him the weight of power, the friends who stood by him through turmoil. Each had left an indelible mark. Each had contributed to the man he became, and in that stillness, under the vast Roman sky, he understood that leadership was not a solitary journey, but a tapestry woven from the wisdom of others. The night air is cool, the sounds of the city distant, and as sleep begins to claim us, we too can reflect on the gentle lessons of mentors past, how their voices linger in our thoughts, how their wisdom guides us still, even in dreams. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. In those quiet moments beneath the stars, Augustus might have let his mind drift back to the very beginning, to the days when he was still known as Gaius Octavius, a young man stepping onto the stage of history with hesitant feet. The world around him was restless, the Roman Republic fraying at the edges after decades of civil strife. The air smelled of uncertainty, of old institutions crumbling. And yet, in the midst of all this, the young Octavius took his first delicate steps into public life. He was only 18 when his great uncle, Julius Caesar, was assassinated in the Senate, the blades of the conspirators flashing in the dim light of the chamber. The news reached him in Apollonia, where he had been studying, preparing for a military campaign that would never come to pass. The shock must have settled deep in his bones, the weight of sudden responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. For Caesar, in his will, had named Octavius his heir, a decision that would alter the course of his life. At first, the path seemed impossibly steep. Rome was a city of wolves, where seasoned politicians and generals eyed him with skepticism, some with outright disdain. What could this slight, unproven boy possibly offer to the Republic? But Octavius, though young, was not without allies. His mother, Asia, had instilled in him a quiet shrewdness, and the friends of Caesar, men like Marcus Agrippa and Gaius Maecenas, soon became his steadfast companions. Agrippa with his military brilliance, and Maecenas with his diplomatic finesse, would prove indispensable in the years to come. One of his earliest challenges was simply securing the funds to claim his inheritance. Caesar's wealth was vast, but much of it was tied up in political maneuvering, and the consul Mark Antony, a man of towering ambition, was reluctant to relinquish control. Octavius, however, was patient. He sold family properties, borrowed money, and slowly gathered the resources he needed. It was a lesson in persistence, in understanding that some battles are won not with swords, but with careful negotiation. Then came the slow, deliberate work of building legitimacy. The Roman people had loved Caesar, and Octavius, now calling himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, leaned into that connection. He staged funeral games in his great uncle's honor, a spectacle of mourning and remembrance that stirred the hearts of the populace. The crowds murmured his name with growing interest, this young man who carried Caesar's legacy forward. But the political landscape was treacherous. The Senate, wary of another dictator, wavered between support and suspicion. Mark Antony, once an ally of Caesar, now saw Octavian as a rival. The two men circled one another, alliances shifting like sand. For a time, they formed an uneasy truce, joining with Lepidus to create the Second Triumvirate, a pact meant to restore order to Rome. Yet even this was fragile, bound more by necessity than trust. The years that followed were marked by bloodshed. The proscriptions, lists of enemies to be hunted down and executed, cast a long shadow over Rome. It was a brutal time, a reminder that power often came at a terrible cost. Octavian, though he participated, was said to have shown moments of mercy, sparing some who pleaded for their lives. Perhaps this was the influence of his mother's caution, the memory of her voice urging him to weigh his actions carefully. Then came the decisive moment, the war against Brutus and Cassius, the assassins of Caesar. At Philippi in 42 BCE, the forces of the triumvirate clashed with the liberators in a battle that would decide the fate of the Republic. Octavian, though not a natural warrior, stood beside his troops, his presence a symbol of resolve. The fighting was fierce, The earth churned to mud beneath the feet of soldiers. But in the end, the liberators were defeated. Brutus and Cassius took their own lives, and the Republic, already wounded, slipped further into the past. In the aftermath, Octavian returned to Rome, his position stronger but far from secure. The alliance with Antony was fraying, strained by distance and ambition. Antony had gone east to Egypt, where he became entangled with Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of an ancient line. Their relationship was the stuff of legends, a grand romance that also served as a political liability back in Rome. Octavian, ever the strategist, seized upon this. He painted Antony as a man seduced by foreign decadence, a traitor to Roman values. The final break came in 32 BCE, when Octavian, now having consolidated his power in Italy, declared war not on Antony, but on Cleopatra. It was a masterstroke of propaganda, framing the conflict as a defense of Rome against an Eastern queen. The two forces met at Actium in 31 BCE, a naval battle that would decide the fate of the Mediterranean world. Agrippa, Octavian's trusted friend and admiral, outmaneuvered Antony's fleet, and though Cleopatra and Antony escaped, their cause was lost. Within a year, both would be dead by their own hands, and Octavian stood alone as the undisputed master of Rome. Yet even in victory, he was careful. He knew the Roman people feared kings, feared the return of tyranny. And so, instead of seizing power outright, he began to weave a new system, one that preserved the appearance of the Republic while placing its reins firmly in his hands. The Senate granted him the name Augustus, meaning the revered one. And though he claimed to be merely the first among equals, his authority was absolute. Those early years of his rule were marked by careful restoration. He rebuilt temples, repaired roads, reformed the tax system, and ushered in an era of peace, the Pax Romana, that would last for centuries. The scars of civil war began to heal, and Rome, under his guidance, entered a golden age of art, literature, and architecture. Virgil wrote the Aeneid, an epic that tied Rome's destiny to the gods themselves. And Augustus, ever the patron, ensured that his reign was remembered as a time of renewal. As the years passed, and Augustus looked back on those early struggles, he might have marveled at the distance he had traveled. From a nervous young heir to the architect of an empire, his journey had been shaped by countless hands, mentors, friends, even adversaries. Each had left their mark. Each had taught him something of patience, of strategy, of the delicate balance between strength and mercy. And now, as the night deepens and the stars shimmer above, we too can let our thoughts drift to those early days, to the quiet lessons learned in the face of great challenges. The past is never truly gone. It lingers in the choices we make, in the voices that guide us, even in dreams. And so, with the soft sigh of the wind and the distant murmur of the city, we can rest, knowing that even the greatest journeys begin with a single, careful step, drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. Augustus understood that true power was not merely in conquest, but in creation. With the wisdom of a man who had seen too much war, he turned his attention to building not just monuments, but systems, traditions, and a legacy that would endure. His methods were deliberate, unhurried, like the gentle flow of the Tiber, winding through the city he loved. He knew Rome needed more than strength. It needed order, beauty, and stability. One of his earliest and most enduring achievements was the restoration of Rome's crumbling infrastructure. The roads, once cracked and neglected from years of neglect, were meticulously repaired, their smooth stones stretching like veins across the empire, connecting distant provinces to the heart of Rome. Trade flourished as merchants traveled safely, their carts rolling easily over well-maintained paths. It was a quiet revolution, one that did not shout in triumph, but whispered in the steady rhythm of commerce and communication. Temples, too, rose from disrepair under his watchful eye. Augustus believed that the gods had favored Rome, and so he honored them with marble and gold, restoring sacred sites that had been left to decay. The Pantheon, the Temple of Apollo, the House of the Vestals, each was given new life, their columns standing tall once more, their altars gleaming in the soft light of dawn. He did this not merely for piety, but to remind the people that Rome was more than a city of men. It was a city of divine destiny. And then there was the matter of governance. The old republic had been fractured by greed and ambition, its institutions weakened by decades of strife. Augustus, ever the careful architect, did not tear it down. Instead, he reshaped it, layer by layer, like a potter smoothing clay into something new yet familiar. He assumed the title of princeps, first citizen, not king, not dictator, but a guide. The Senate still met, the magistrates still ruled, but now there was a steady hand ensuring that chaos did not return. He divided Rome into regions, each overseen by trusted officials, creating a system of administration so efficient that it would serve as a model for centuries. Taxation, once a burden that fell unevenly on the poor, was reformed with quiet precision. Augustus ordered a census, not to control, but to understand. He knew that to govern wisely, he must know his people, their numbers, their needs, their capacities. The new system was fair, predictable, and for the first time in generations, the treasury grew without crushing those who could least afford it. Perhaps his greatest gift to Rome was the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. For 2 centuries, war became the exception rather than the rule. The legions still stood guard at the borders, but within the empire, there was stability. Cities prospered, arts flourished, and ordinary people could live without fear of sudden violence. It was a peace built not on weakness, but on strength, wisely restrained. Augustus Augustus understood that endless war drained the spirit of a people, and so he chose, instead, to cultivate prosperity. And what prosperity it was! The Augustan age saw the finest poets, sculptors, and architects the world had ever known. Virgil composed the Aeneid, weaving Rome's mythic past with its glorious future, a story that would inspire generations. Horace wrote odes that celebrated the simple joys of life, friendship, wine, the beauty of the countryside. Livy chronicled Rome's history, ensuring that the lessons of the past would not be forgotten. Augustus himself was a patron of these artists, not merely for vanity, but because he knew that culture was the soul of an empire, the city itself transformed under his vision. He famously said that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. The Forum, once a patchwork of mismatched buildings, became a grand plaza of gleaming white stone. Theaters, baths, and libraries rose, not as monuments to himself, but as gifts to the people. Even the humble neighborhoods saw improvements. Aqueducts brought fresh water to every corner. Fountains bubbled in squares where children played, and public gardens offered shade and respite from the bustling streets. His personal life, too, was carefully managed as part of his greater design. He married Livia Drusilla, a woman of intelligence and grace, and though their union bore no children, their partnership was one of mutual respect and shared purpose. She advised him in matters both private and political. Her influence, subtle yet profound. His daughter Julia, though her life would end in sorrow, was raised in the finest traditions of Roman womanhood, educated, cultured, a reflection of the world Augustus sought to build. Yet for all his triumphs, Augustus was not a man who rested. Even in his later years, he continued to refine his work, adjusting laws, appointing worthy successors, ensuring that the empire would not unravel when he was gone. His final act, as the sun began to set on his life, was to compile the Res Gesti, a record of his achievements. It was not boastful, but measured, a quiet testament to a lifetime of careful labor. And so, as the years turned and the empire thrived, Augustus's legacy became part of the very air of Rome. The peace he crafted, the beauty he fostered, the order he instilled, these things did not vanish with his passing. They lingered in the stones of the city, in the words of poets, in the lives of ordinary citizens who could sleep soundly under the protection of his vision. Now, as the night grows deeper and the world around us softens into dreams, we can think of Augustus not as a distant figure of history, but as a man who understood the quiet power of patience, of building rather than breaking. His story is one of slow, deliberate progress, a reminder that the greatest changes often come not in thunderous upheaval, but in the steady, gentle work of hands that know their purpose. And with that thought, we too can close our eyes, carried softly into sleep by the rhythm of history, peaceful as the Pax Romana itself. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The story of Augustus is woven with moments of quiet deliberation, crossroads where the fate of Rome, and indeed the world, rested on his choices. Each decision was like a stone placed carefully into the foundation of an empire, shaping not only his own destiny, but the centuries that followed. Let us drift back to those pivotal moments, not with urgency, but with the slow, measured pace of reflection, as if tracing the path of a river that has long since carved its way through history. One of the first great turning points came when he was still a young man, barely 19, and known then as Octavian. The assassination of his great uncle, Julius Caesar, sent shockwaves through Rome, leaving a void of power and a question of succession. It would have been easy for Octavian to shrink from the challenge, to retreat into the safety of obscurity. After all, he was young, untested, and surrounded by men of far greater experience and ambition. But something within him stirred a sense of duty, perhaps, or the quiet certainty that this was his path to walk. He chose to step forward, to claim his inheritance, not with brashness, but with a calculated patience that would become his hallmark. Had he hesitated, had he allowed fear to turn him away, the Roman Republic might have fractured entirely, consumed by the rivalries of older, more ruthless men. Instead, he began the slow work of building alliances, of proving himself not through force alone, but through cunning and restraint. Another moment of profound consequence came after the defeat of Mark Antony and Cleopatra at Actium. The civil wars were over, and Octavian stood alone as the unchallenged master of Rome. Here he faced a choice that would define his legacy. Would he seize absolute power, as Caesar had, and risk the same fate? Or would he find another way, a subtler path to authority, with the wisdom of one who had seen the dangers of unchecked ambition? He chose the latter. He did not declare himself king or dictator. Instead, he carefully crafted the role of Princeps Asterisk. First, among equals, he restored the facade of the Republic while holding the reins of power in his hands. It was a delicate balance, a dance of politics and perception. Had he grasped for more? Had he let pride blind him to the lessons of the past? He might have sparked fresh unrest, another cycle of violence. But Augustus understood that true power often lies in what is not said, in the spaces between words, in the illusion of choice. Even in his later years, when the empire was stable and his position secure, he continued to face decisions that would ripple through time. The question of succession weighed heavily upon him. He had no son of his own, and the line of inheritance was uncertain. He could have clung to power until his last breath, refusing to name a successor, leaving Rome to chaos upon his death. But Augustus was a man who thought in centuries, not days. He adopted Tiberius, grooming him carefully, ensuring that the transition of power would be smooth, that the peace he had built would endure. It was not a perfect choice. Tiberius was a stern and troubled man, but it was a considered one, made with the long view in mind. Had he left the matter unsettled, the empire might have fractured once more, its provinces descending into war, its people suffering anew. Instead, he gave Rome continuity, a thread of stability that would stretch far beyond his own life. And then there were the quieter moments, the ones less often remembered, but no less significant. The decision to rebuild Rome not as a city of brick, but of marble, a statement of permanence, of glory carefully cultivated. The choice to patronize poets like Virgil and Horace, weaving the myth of Rome into the very fabric of its culture, the careful balancing of military might and diplomatic grace, expanding the empire not through reckless conquest, but through measured, deliberate steps. Each of these choices, small in isolation, together formed the tapestry of his reign. We might wonder, as sleep begins to soften our thoughts, what would have happened if he had chosen differently at any of these crossroads? If he had been more impulsive, more ruthless, more short-sighted, would Rome have collapsed back into chaos, its brief experiment with order lost to the tides of history? Would the Pax Romana, that golden age of peace, have never come to be? It is impossible to say, of course, but the quiet truth is that Augustus's greatness lay not in grand gestures, but in the accumulation of wise choices, each one made with the weight of the future upon his shoulders. As the night deepens and the edges of the past blur into dreams, we can take comfort in the thought that history is shaped not only by great battles and thunderous speeches, but by the steady hand of those who choose carefully, who build rather than destroy. Augustus's life reminds us that the most enduring legacies are often the ones crafted in patience, in the quiet moments of decision that go unseen by the world. And with that thought, we can let go, drifting into sleep as the echoes of his choices linger in the air, as soft and sure as the turning of the seasons. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Augustus's life was woven not just by his own hands, but by the many souls who walked beside him, some for a season, others for a lifetime. His relationships, like the slow turning of the seasons, shaped him as much as he shaped Rome. There were those who loved him, those who challenged him, and those who simply stood by his side, steady as the Tiber's flow. These connections, often quiet and unspoken, were the true foundation upon which he built his reign. The first, and perhaps most profound of these, was his bond with his great uncle, Julius Caesar. Augustus was only a boy when Caesar took him under his wing, recognizing in his quiet, watchful nature something rare, a mind built for strategy, not spectacle. When Caesar was murdered, the weight of his legacy fell onto young Augustus's shoulders, and in those early years, he must have felt the loneliness of that burden. But Caesar's memory was never far from his thoughts, a guiding star in the darkest hours. He would later say that he had not so much inherited Caesar's power as he had stepped into the space left by his absence, filling it with his own careful, measured way of rule. Then there was Agrippa, his closest friend and most trusted general. Their friendship was one of those rare alliances that seemed destined, as if the gods themselves had woven their paths together. Agrippa was not a man of noble birth, but he was brilliant, a master of war and engineering, the quiet force behind many of Augustus's greatest triumphs. Together, they rebuilt Rome, turning its streets into marble, its chaos into order. But their bond was more than political. When Augustus fell ill, it was Agrippa who stood guard at his bedside, who took up his duties without hesitation, never grasping for power, only offering loyalty. And when Agrippa died, Augustus mourned him as a brother, burying him in a tomb fit for an emperor, though he had never worn the crown. His marriage to Livia was another anchor in his life. She was not his first wife. There had been others, alliances made and dissolved in the turbulent early years. But Livia was different. She was sharp-witted, politically astute, and unshakably devoted to him. Their union was one of deep mutual respect, a partnership as much as a romance. She advised him in private, tempered his impulses, and stood by him through the many tragedies that would later shadow their family: the deaths of his grandsons, the scandals of his daughter Julia. Through it all, Livia remained, her presence as steady as the walls of Rome itself. And then there was Julia, his only child, whose life was both a joy and a sorrow to him. In her youth, she was bright and beloved, the daughter he doted upon, whose laughter filled the halls of the Palatine. He arranged her marriages with care, hoping to secure the future of his dynasty. But Julia chafed against the constraints of her role. She longed for freedom, for passion, for a life unrestrained by duty. Her rebellions, whispered in the shadows of Rome's elite, became his greatest heartbreak when he was forced to exile her for her indiscretions. It was said he never spoke her name again, as if the pain of her loss was too great to bear aloud. Yet, even in her absence, she remained a ghost in his life, a reminder of how even the most carefully laid plans could unravel. His relationship with Maecenas, his friend and patron of the arts, was another thread in the tapestry. Maecenas was not a soldier or a politician, but a man of letters, a lover of poetry and beauty. Through him, Augustus understood that Rome's greatness would not be measured by conquest alone, but by the culture it cultivated. Maecenas brought Virgil, Horace, and Propertius into Augustus's circle, men whose words would immortalize Rome's mythos. In the quiet evenings at Maecenas' villa, away from the demands of state, Augustus could simply be a man who appreciated beauty, who found solace in verses spun like silk. Even his rivals and enemies shaped him. Men like Mark Antony, once his ally, then his foe, forced Augustus to sharpen his mind, to learn the art of patience. Their conflict could have torn Rome apart, but Augustus, ever the strategist, turned the tide with careful moves, not reckless charges. When Antony fell, Augustus did not revel in his destruction. Instead, he absorbed the lesson that power was best wielded with restraint. And then there were the quieter relationships, the ones history often overlooks. His sister Octavia, who suffered so much for the sake of peace, marrying Antony to bind their factions, only to be cast aside. Yet she never let bitterness harden her heart, remaining a figure of grace in Augustus's life. His stepsons, Tiberius and Drusus, whom he groomed as successors, though fate would claim one and leave the other a reluctant heir. His secretaries, his physicians, even the slaves who attended him daily, each played a part in the rhythm of his life. Each left some small imprint on the man he became. As the years passed, Augustus grew more solitary, the weight of rule leaving little room for the easy friendships of youth. Yet even in his later years, he was never truly alone. Livia remained, a constant presence. The poet still wrote, their verses a balm to his weary mind. The ghosts of those he had loved, Agrippa, Julia, Maecenas, lingered in the corners of his thoughts, their voices soft, but never silent. In the end, perhaps that is the true measure of a life, not just the monuments built or the battles won, but the people who walked beside us, who shaped us in ways seen and unseen. Augustus's reign was long, his legacy vast, but his humanity was found in these bonds, these quiet moments of connection. And as sleep draws near, we can imagine him in his final days, an old man sitting in the garden, the sun warm on his face, surrounded by memories of those who had loved him, those he had loved in return. The weight of empire would pass to another, but the echoes of these relationships would remain, as enduring as the marble of Rome itself. And with that thought, we too can rest, letting the quiet stories of these bonds lull us into sleep, where history and dreams gently intertwine. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Augustus, even as the most powerful man in Rome, found solace in the simple routines of daily life. His mornings often began before the sun rose, when the air was still cool and the city lay quiet. He would wake in his modest house on the Palatine Hill, a dwelling far smaller than one might expect for an emperor, yet filled with personal treasures, scrolls lined neatly on shelves, small statues of gods and ancestors, and the simple wooden desk where he wrote letters late into the night. He believed in rising early, a habit instilled in him during his military campaigns, when dawn was the only time for quiet reflection before the chaos of the day. Breakfast was a light affair, fresh bread with honey, perhaps some cheese or figs, eaten slowly as he listened to the first bird song outside his window. He preferred simplicity in his meals, though he enjoyed the occasional indulgence, like oysters brought fresh from the coast or the sweet wines of Campania. His tastes were refined, but never extravagant, a reflection of his belief that a ruler should live with dignity, not excess. After his morning meal, he would take a slow walk through his gardens, where the scent of rosemary and lavender lingered in the air. The gardens were his sanctuary, a place where he could escape the weight of empire. He had a particular fondness for roses, their petals soft against his fingers, as he tended to them himself on quiet afternoons. It was here, among the flowers and the whispering leaves, that he felt most at peace, no longer the emperor, but simply a man who loved the earth and its quiet beauty. Livia, his wife, often joined him in these moments. Their marriage was one of deep companionship, built on mutual respect and quiet affection. Though their union had been arranged for political reasons, it had grown into something far more enduring. Livia was his confidant, the one person who understood the burdens he carried without needing to speak of them. They would sit together in the shade of an olive tree, discussing poetry or philosophy, or sometimes saying nothing at all, content in the comfort of each other's presence. In the evenings, when the business of the state was done, Augustus would retreat to his library. He was a man who cherished words, finding in them both wisdom and escape. The works of Virgil and Horace were among his favorites, their verses read and reread until the parchment grew soft from handling. Sometimes he would invite the poets themselves to dine with him, listening as they recited their latest compositions. These gatherings were intimate, filled with laughter and quiet conversation, a reminder of the friendships that had shaped his youth. One of his greatest joys was writing letters. He corresponded with friends across the empire, his handwriting neat and precise, each word chosen with care. He wrote to his daughter Julia, though their relationship had been strained, his letters always tender, always hopeful. He wrote to old comrades like Agrippa, now gone, as if putting pen to paper could bridge the distance between the living and the dead. And he wrote to philosophers, asking questions about virtue, about fate, about what it meant to lead a good life. Though he ruled an empire, Augustus never lost his love for the small pleasures that made life sweet. He adored games of chance, rolling dice with friends late into the night. His competitive spirit softened by good humor. He enjoyed music, the gentle strumming of a lyre lulling him into relaxation after long hours of governance. And he had a fondness for puzzles, elaborate riddles, or mechanical toys that required patience and thought, a welcome distraction from the complexities of statecraft. His personal philosophy was one of balance. He believed in discipline, but also in rest, in duty, but also in joy. He often spoke of the Greek ideal of moderation, the idea that true strength lay not in extremes, but in harmony. This was reflected in his daily habits, his measured meals, his careful exercise, his moments of stillness amid the relentless demands of power. He knew that to rule well, he must first tend to his own spirit. As he grew older, these quiet rituals became even more precious. The years had softened his edges, filling him with a quiet gratitude for the small, enduring things, the warmth of the sun on his face, the sound of Livia's voice reading to him when his eyes grew tired, the scent of pine carried on the evening breeze. He had built an empire, yes, but what he cherished most were these fleeting, fragile moments, the ones that slipped through his fingers like sand, yet left their mark on his heart. And so, as the sun set on his life, Augustus found comfort in the familiar rhythms of his days. The gardens, the letters, the shared silences with Livia, these were the threads that wove through his final years. Gentle and unbroken, the world would remember him as a ruler, a conqueror, a builder of Rome. But those who knew him best remembered the man who loved roses, who laughed over dice games, who found solace in the turning of the seasons. And as we drift toward sleep, we can imagine him there, in the golden light of evening, surrounded by all that he held dear. The empire would go on without him, but the quiet beauty of his private life, the small, sacred moments of love and reflection, would remain, like the faintest echo of a song, lingering long after the last note had faded. Let these thoughts cradle you now, as the night deepens and the stars turn overhead. History is made not only of grand deeds, but of whispered conversations, of hands held in gardens, of the soft rustle of parchment in the lamplight. And in these quiet details, we find not just the story of Augustus, but the universal longing for connection, for peace, for home. Sleep comes gently now, like the closing of a book, its pages filled with lives lived long ago, but still alive in memory. Rest, and let the past weave itself into your dreams, where emperors and poets walk among the roses, and the heart finds its quietest, most enduring joys. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter, the life of Augustus, unfolded in quiet rhythms, each day shaped by habits as steady as the turning of the seasons. His mornings began early, long before the sun had fully risen, when the air was still cool and the city of Rome lay hushed in the pre-dawn glow. He would wake in his modest bedroom, its walls lined with simple frescoes of pastoral scenes, meadows, olive trees, and distant hills, a reminder of his love for the countryside. Unlike later emperors who surrounded themselves with opulence, Augustus preferred simplicity, sleeping on a narrow bed with a woolen blanket, the same kind used by any Roman citizen of humble means. As the first light of dawn crept through the shuttered windows, he would rise and wash his face with cold water from a bronze basin, a ritual to clear his mind before the day's work. His attendants would bring him a simple breakfast, fresh bread dipped in honey, a handful of olives, and watered wine, while he reviewed correspondence from across the empire. Even in these private moments, his hands moved with purpose, smoothing out scrolls of papyrus, his eyes scanning the neat lines of ink with quiet focus. By mid-morning, he would walk through the colonnades of his home, the Palatine Hill bathed in golden light, the scent of rosemary and laurel drifting from the gardens. Here he often met with advisors, their conversations low and unhurried, the sound of fountains murmuring in the background. His study was a place of order, shelves lined with scrolls, a sturdy wooden desk where he drafted edicts with a well-worn stylus. He wrote not in haste, but with deliberate care, weighing each word as if it might shape the future of Rome itself. The midday meal was a brief respite, a simple affair of fish, lentils, and seasonal fruits eaten in the shade of a portico. Augustus was known to eat lightly, believing that a heavy meal dulled the mind. Sometimes, if the afternoon was warm, he would rest for a short while, reclining on a cushioned bench beneath a fig tree, the rustling leaves casting dappled shadows over his face. These moments of stillness were rare, but cherished, a chance to let his thoughts drift like clouds across a summer sky. As the sun began its slow descent, he would return to his duties, meeting with senators or foreign envoys in the great halls of the Forum. But even in these public spaces, his manner was measured, his voice never raised. He listened more than he spoke, his fingers often tracing the edge of his toga as he considered the words of others. There was a quiet authority in his presence, not the thunder of a conqueror, but the steady patience of a man who had learned the weight of power. Evenings were for family. As twilight painted the sky in soft purples and blues, he would return to the warmth of his private quarters, where Livia, his wife, awaited him. Their dinners were intimate, shared with close friends and trusted companions, the flickering light of oil lamps casting gentle shadows on the walls. The food was simple, but lovingly prepared: roasted meats, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven. Wine was poured sparingly, diluted with water, as Augustus believed excess in all things weakened both body and spirit. After the meal, they might stroll together through the gardens, the night air sweet with the scent of jasmine. Sometimes a poet would recite verses beneath the stars, or a musician would play the lyre, its notes drifting like whispers on the breeze. Augustus loved these quiet hours when the weight of empire could be set aside, if only for a little while. He would often sit with a book in hand, reading by lamplight, the soft rustle of parchment the only sound in the room. When at last the hour grew late, he would retire to his chamber, where a servant would bank the fire and extinguish the lamps. Sleep came easily to him, for he lived by discipline, never allowing the troubles of the day to follow him into the night. As he lay beneath his woolen blanket, the distant sounds of the city fading into silence, he would think of the morning to come, another day to serve Rome, another day to walk the delicate balance between ruler and man. And as we imagine him now, in these quiet moments, we see not the emperor who reshaped the world, but a man who found solace in routine, In the small rituals that made each day meaningful, the empire would endure. But it was in these private hours, the breaking of bread, the turning of pages, the shared silence of a garden at dusk, that his true legacy lived. Let these thoughts carry you now, as the night deepens and sleep draws near. The past whispers softly, a lullaby of lives long gone, but not forgotten. Rest, and may your dreams be gentle, filled with the quiet beauty of a world where even emperors paused to watch the setting sun. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, carried within him a philosophy shaped by both necessity and quiet reflection. His worldview was not the product of sudden revelation, but of careful observation, a lifetime of watching the tides of power rise and fall. He understood, perhaps better than most, that strength lay not in brute force, but in patience, in the measured steps of a man who knew when to advance and when to wait. In his youth, he had seen the chaos of civil war, the bloodshed that followed the death of his great uncle, Julius Caesar. It was then, in the quiet hours between battles, that he began to form the belief that would guide him for the rest of his life. Rome needed stability, not endless conquest. But this transformation was not merely physical. It was the slow, deliberate shaping of an empire that would endure through order rather than force. His guiding principle was moderatio, moderation in all things. He dressed simply, ate sparingly, and refused the extravagant displays of power that had marked the reigns of men like Antony and Cleopatra. When offered the title of dictator, he declined. When the Senate sought to heap honors upon him, he accepted only those that would not disturb the delicate balance he had crafted. And so he walked the line between ruler and servant, never allowing himself to be called king, yet never relinquishing the reins of power entirely. His private hours revealed a man who valued discipline above all else. He rose early, worked steadily, and retired at a reasonable hour, believing that a well-ordered life led to a well-ordered empire. He wrote letters, composed memoirs, and surrounded himself with poets and philosophers, men like Virgil and Horace, who understood the deeper currents of Roman thought. In the evenings, as the lamps burned low, he would read or walk through his gardens, finding solace in the simple rhythms of nature. Over time, his philosophy softened. Where once he had been ruthless in securing his power, exiling rivals, silencing dissent, he grew to understand the value of mercy. He pardoned former enemies, restored exiled families, and sought to govern with a measured hand. And indeed, in his later years, he seemed more concerned with the legacy he would leave than the battles he had won. His values were rooted in the traditions of Rome: piety, duty, and loyalty to family. He rebuilt temples, restored ancient rituals, and encouraged the worship of household gods. Yet he also understood that Rome was changing, that the old ways must adapt if they were to survive. He encouraged the arts, sponsored public works, and sought to create a Rome that was not just powerful, but beautiful. Perhaps the greatest testament to his philosophy was his own death. When the time came, he did not rage against the fading light, but met it with calm acceptance. He gathered his friends, asked if he had played his part well in the comedy of life, and then, with quiet dignity, slipped away. It was a fitting end for a man who had always believed that the true measure of greatness lay not in conquest, but in leaving the world better than he found it. And so, as the night deepens and the stars turn slowly overhead, let us remember not just the emperor, but the man, the quiet thinker who shaped an age with patience and care. His words linger in the stillness, a gentle reminder that even the mightiest rulers are, in the end, only human. Rest now, and may his wisdom guide you into peaceful dreams, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. The path Augustus walked was never smooth. Despite the golden image he later cast over Rome, his life was woven with trials, each one shaping him, tempering his resolve like bronze in the forge. Even as a young man, barely more than a boy, when he received the news of Julius Caesar's assassination, he faced a world that seemed determined to break him. The weight of expectation was immense. Here was a youth suddenly thrust into the center of a storm, expected to claim the legacy of the greatest man Rome had known. And yet, he did not falter, though the road ahead was strewn with obstacles. In those early days, Rome was a city of wolves, each senator and general vying for power, and few saw this slight, sickly young man as a true threat. Mark Antony, Caesar's old ally, dismissed him at first, believing him too weak to be a rival. But Augustus, then still called Octavian, proved himself through quiet cunning rather than brute strength. He learned to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics, to speak softly while others shouted, to wait while others rushed ahead. It was a lesson he would carry with him always. Patience was the companion of true power. Then came the wars, the long and bloody struggles that tested his endurance. The alliance with Antony and Lepidus, the so-called Second Triumvirate, was never meant to last. Each man sought supremacy, and when the fragile peace shattered, Augustus found himself facing not just enemies abroad, but betrayal within his own ranks. Ships were lost at sea, legions turned against him, and for a time, it seemed the world was slipping through his fingers. But he adapted. He studied the failures, learning the art of war not just from victory, but from defeat. When the final battle came at Actium, it was not blind fury that won the day, but careful strategy, the kind only a man who had known loss could devise. Even after the wars ended, peace did not come easily. Rome was exhausted, its people weary of bloodshed, its institutions crumbling beneath decades of corruption. Augustus could have ruled as a conqueror, imposing his will through fear, but he chose another way, the harder path of rebuilding. He knew that a throne built on force alone would not last, so he set about restoring the Republic in name, even as he held its reins in his hands. Some called it deception, a clever trick to mask his power. But perhaps it was something deeper, an understanding that Rome needed not just a ruler, but a healer. The challenges did not end there. Plague swept through the city, famine followed, and more than once, the people murmured against him. There were plots, whispers in the dark, men who thought they could take what he had built. But Augustus never ruled by the sword alone. He gave them bread, yes, but also beauty, temples and theaters, aqueducts and roads. He reminded Rome of what it meant to be Roman, not through fear, but through pride. And when the conspiracies came, he dealt with them not in rage, but in sorrow, for he understood that power was a lonely thing, and trust was a rare gift. Even his family, the one thing he had sought to protect above all else, became a source of pain. His beloved daughter Julia, bright and rebellious, defied the moral laws he had set for Rome. His grandsons, whom he had groomed to follow him, died too young, leaving him to face the cruel truth that no dynasty was guaranteed. And through it all, he bore the losses with quiet dignity, never allowing his private grief to shake the stability of the state. He learned, perhaps too late, that even an emperor could not control fate. Yet for every setback, there was a lesson, a slow accumulation of wisdom. He learned that power was not about holding on, but knowing when to let go, when to step back, and allow others to govern in his name. He learned that laws alone could not make men virtuous, but that example could inspire them. And most of all, he learned that Rome was greater than any one man, even himself. In his final years, as his strength waned, he did not cling to life with desperation. He had seen too much, endured too much, to fear the end. Instead, he set his house in order, ensuring that the transition of power would be smooth, that the peace he had built would outlast him, and when the time came, he met it as he had met every challenge, with calm, with thoughtfulness, with the quiet certainty of a man who had done his duty. So let us remember not just his triumphs, but his struggles, for they were the fires that shaped him, the boy who began with nothing. But a name became the man who gave Rome an age of gold, not because he was untouched by hardship, but because he endured it. And in that endurance, he left behind a legacy far greater than conquest. He left behind a world that, for all its flaws, was better than the one he had found. Now, as the night grows softer and the weight of the day slips away, let his story be a reminder that even the mightiest oak was once a sapling bending in the wind. Rest and know that challenges too shall pass, just as they did for him. Sleep gently, and may his quiet strength linger in your dreams. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period beneath the marble statues and the grand titles. Augustus was a man of quiet contradictions, a ruler who shaped an empire, yet found solace in the simplest of pleasures. Few know that in his private hours, he was an avid collector of rare seashells, a hobby he indulged during walks along the shores of Campania. He would stoop to pick up a shell, turning it over in his fingers, admiring the delicate spirals and the way the light caught its ridges. There was something about the ocean's quiet persistence, the way it shaped even the hardest stone over time, that resonated with him. He was also a man of delicate health, a fact he concealed with careful discipline. His stomach troubled him often, and he ate sparingly, simple meals of bread, cheese, and figs, preferring plain fare to the lavish banquets of Rome's elite. Some say this was why he was so thin, his frame almost fragile beneath the toga. Yet his mind was anything but fragile. He had a habit of composing short poems in Greek, scribbling them on wax tablets when an idea struck him. None of these were meant for public eyes, just quiet musings on the passing of seasons or the flight of birds at dusk. One of his lesser-known talents was his skill at dice games. He played often with his closest friends, not for gold or glory, but for the pleasure of strategy and chance. He had a particular fondness for a game called Tesserae Asterisk, rolling the ivory cubes with a practiced flick of his wrist. It was said he could calculate odds in an instant, his sharp mind always working even in leisure. But he never gloated in victory, nor sulked in defeat. He played as he ruled, with measured grace. He was also surprisingly superstitious. Before important decisions, he would consult astrologers, though he rarely admitted it publicly. A sudden eclipse or the cry of an owl at night could unsettle him, and he kept small amulets tucked in the folds of his clothing, charms against misfortune. Once, during a storm at sea, he insisted the ship change course because the entrails of a sacrificed lamb had shown ill omens. His advisors rolled their eyes, but he would not be swayed. In that moment, he was not the mighty Augustus, but a man who, like any other, feared the unseen forces of the world. His love for his family was deep, though it brought him as much sorrow as joy. He adored his daughter Julia, indulging her wit and laughter when she was young, only to be heartbroken by her defiance later in life. He was a doting grandfather to his grandchildren, bouncing them on his knee and telling them stories of Rome's founding myths in a voice made soft by affection. But the losses he suffered, his beloved nephew Marcellus, his dear friend Agrippa, his grandsons Gaius and Lucius, left scars that never fully healed. He grieved in private, refusing to let his sorrow weaken the state. But those closest to him saw the way his hands sometimes trembled when he spoke their names. Despite his stern public image, he had a playful side. He loved practical jokes, especially on unsuspecting guests at his villa. Once, he invited a senator known for his pompousness to dine with him, only to serve him a dish of wax fruit. The man, too embarrassed to admit he had been fooled, chewed valiantly on the inedible figs until Augustus burst into laughter and brought out the real meal. It was a small, human moment, proof that even the most powerful man in Rome could still delight in harmless mischief. He was also deeply attached to his pets. He owned a small dog named Isa, a Maltese terrier said to be so pampered that it slept on silk cushions and was fed by hand. When Isa died, he had a tiny tombstone carved for her, an act of tenderness that would have surprised those who only knew him as the unyielding architect of empire. In his later years, as the weight of rule grew heavier, he found comfort in routine. He rose early, always before dawn, wrapping himself in a simple woolen cloak against the morning chill. He worked at his desk until midday, dictating letters and reviewing laws, but always paused to watch the sun climb higher in the sky, as if taking strength from its steady ascent. His evenings were reserved for quiet reflection, sometimes walking in his gardens, sometimes sitting by the fire with a scroll of poetry, his lips moving silently as he read. And then there were his hands. Those who met him often remarked on them, slender, long-fingered, more suited to a scholar than a conqueror. He used them expressively when he spoke, shaping the air as if molding his thoughts into form. But they were also restless, always turning a ring, smoothing the edge of a parchment, betraying the energy that hummed beneath his calm exterior. Augustus was, in the end, a man of layers. The statesman who reformed Rome's government also fretted over the health of his friends. The emperor who commanded legions also whispered to his dog. The figure who reshaped history also flinched at thunder, and perhaps it is in these small, quiet truths that we see him most clearly, not as a statue of cold marble, but as flesh and blood, as human as any of us. So as the night deepens and the world grows still, let these softer fragments of his story settle gently in your mind. The great and the small, the triumphs and the tender moments, they are all part of the same man, and in remembering them, we remember that even the most extraordinary lives are woven from ordinary threads. Rest now, and may his quiet contradictions remind you that strength and softness can dwell together, as they did in him. Sleep well, and let his story carry you into dreams. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand Augustus, one must first drift back into the world that shaped him, a world of upheaval and transformation, where the old order crumbled and something new, though uncertain, struggled to take form. The Rome into which he was born was not yet the gleaming empire of marble and law it would become under his rule. It was a republic, ancient and proud, but fraying at the edges, torn by civil wars and the ambitions of powerful men. The air was thick with change, like the quiet tension before a storm. And into this restless world, young Octavian, the boy who would become Augustus, stepped softly, his path unfolding like a scroll still being written. The Mediterranean of his youth was a vast, shimmering network of trade and conquest, where Greek philosophy mingled with Roman pragmatism, where Egyptian grain fed Italian cities, and where the old gods still whispered in temples. Even as new ideas stirred in the minds of thinkers and poets, the Republic had stretched itself across 3 continents. But its institutions, designed for a small city-state, groaned under the weight of such vast dominion. Generals grew wealthy and powerful from foreign wars, their legions loyal not to the Senate or the people, but to the men who paid them. And so, in the decades before Augustus, Rome had descended into cycles of violence, brother against brother, faction against faction, as men like Sulla, Pompey, and Julius Caesar clashed for supremacy. It was into this world of strife that Augustus was born in 63 BCE in a quiet town called Velletri, not far from Rome. The city he would one day rule was then a place of contradictions, grand temples and crowded slums, philosophers debating in sunlit courtyards, while slaves swept the streets. The Republic's ideals of liberty and shared governance still echoed in the Forum, but the reality was far messier. Power was concentrated in the hands of a few, and the common people, though proud of their heritage, often found themselves pawns in the games of the elite. Augustus's early years were shaped by these tensions. His great uncle, Julius Caesar, saw something in the quiet, serious boy, perhaps a flicker of the same calculating mind that had carried Caesar to greatness. When Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE, the shockwaves rippled across the Mediterranean. The conspirators had hoped to restore the Republic, but instead they plunged Rome into yet another civil war. At just 18, Augustus found himself thrust into the heart of this storm, inheriting not just Caesar's name, but his legacy, his enemies, and the loyalty of legions who had fought under him. The years that followed were a slow, deliberate dance of alliances and betrayals, as Augustus, still called Octavian then, navigated the treacherous waters of Roman politics. He allied with Mark Antony and Lepidus, forming the Second Triumvirate, a pact that promised stability, but soon frayed under the weight of personal ambitions. The defeat of Caesar's assassins at Philippi in 42 BCE marked not the end of conflict, but the beginning of a new struggle, one between the remaining titans of Rome. While these battles raged, the world around them continued to turn. In the east, the Parthian Empire loomed, a rival that had humiliated Rome in the past and would demand Augustus's attention in the years to come. In Egypt, Cleopatra ruled with a blend of cunning and charisma. Her kingdom, a jewel that both Antony and Augustus coveted for different reasons. And in Rome itself, the people, weary of war, longed for peace, a quietude that Augustus would later promise them, though the path to it was far from smooth. The final clash between Antony and Augustus came in 31 BCE at the Battle of Actium, where the fate of the Mediterranean hung in the balance. Antony and Cleopatra's fleet was vast, but Augustus's admiral, Agrippa, outmaneuvered them in a battle that was as much about strategy as it was about endurance. The defeat of Antony marked the end of an era. With his rivals gone, Augustus stood alone at the helm of Rome, though he was careful never to call himself a king. Instead, he spoke of restoring the Republic, even as he quietly reshaped it into something new, an empire in all but name. And so began the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period of stability that would last for centuries. Augustus rebuilt Rome, not just in stone, but in spirit. He repaired temples, reformed laws, and reorganized the provinces, ensuring that the machinery of government ran smoothly. He patronized poets like Virgil and Horace, whose works celebrated Rome's past and its destined greatness. The Aeneid, Virgil's epic, wove myth and history together, casting Augustus as the fulfillment of a divine plan, a narrative that soothed a people hungry for meaning after decades of chaos. Yet for all his grandeur, Augustus never forgot the fragility of human life. He weathered personal losses, the deaths of his friends, his sister, his beloved nephew Marcellus, with a quiet grief that reminded those around him of his humanity. He built altars to peace, not just as a political statement, but because he had seen enough of war to know its cost. And though he held power unmatched by any Roman before him, he lived simply, his home on the Palatine Hill, modest by the standards of the elite. The world Augustus left behind in 14 CE was profoundly different from the one he had inherited. The Republic was gone, but in its place stood an empire that would endure for centuries, its roads and laws binding together a vast tapestry of cultures. And though his name would echo through history as Rome's first emperor, it is in the quieter moments, his worry for a sick friend, his love of books, his fear of thunderstorms, that we see the man behind the legend. So as you drift toward sleep, let these layers of his story settle softly in your mind. The battles and the buildings, the poems and the personal sorrows, they are all part of the same tapestry, woven by a man who was as complex as the world he shaped. And perhaps, in remembering him, you too will find a quiet peace, knowing that even the mightiest figures of history were, in the end, only human. Rest now, and may the echoes of his world lull you into gentle dreams. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Augustus did not merely rule Rome, he reshaped its very soul, crafting an empire where art, architecture, and literature flourished like never before. His reign was not just about conquest and governance. It was about creating a lasting cultural legacy, one that would seep into the fabric of daily life, influencing poets and builders, scholars, and ordinary citizens alike. Under his careful guidance, Rome transformed from a city of brick to a city of marble, as he liked to say. But the change went far deeper than mere stone. It was a shift in how people saw themselves, how they understood their place in history, and how they imagined the future. Consider the poets of his time, whose verses still echo softly across the centuries. Augustus understood the power of words, how they could shape memory, instill values, and bind people together. He was a patron of Virgil, whose Aeneid asterisk became Rome's great national epic, a story of destiny and duty that mirrored Augustus's own vision for the empire. The poem wove together myth and history, presenting Rome's rise as fated by the gods, a narrative that reassured citizens of their greatness, while subtly reinforcing the idea of Augustus as the natural culmination of Rome's journey. And then there was Horace, whose odes celebrated the simple pleasures of life, friendship, wine, the quiet beauty of the countryside, reminding people that even in an age of empire, there was room for personal joy. But Augustus's influence was not confined to grand poetry or lofty ideals. It seeped into the everyday. He restored old temples and built new ones, filling the city with spaces where people could gather, worship, and feel connected to something larger than themselves. The altar of peace, the temple of Caesar, the grand forum of Augustus. These were not just monuments of stone, but symbols of stability, reminders that after decades of civil war, Rome had finally found peace. Walking through the city, a citizen would see these structures and feel, perhaps without even realizing it, a sense of belonging, of pride in the order Augustus had brought. Even the way time was marked changed under his rule. He reformed the Roman calendar, correcting errors that had slipped in over the years, ensuring that festivals and harvests fell in their proper seasons. Time itself, in a way, became more orderly, more predictable, a quiet but profound shift in how people experienced their lives. The month of August still bears his name, a subtle echo of his influence that lingers even now, thousands of years later. And then there were the laws, the social reforms meant to strengthen the moral fabric of Rome. Augustus believed that Rome's greatness depended not just on military might, but on the character of its people. He passed laws encouraging marriage and childbearing, rewarding those who upheld traditional family values. He sought to curb extravagance, limiting the excesses of the elite while promoting public virtues. Some resisted, of course. Human nature does not change so easily. But the ideals he championed became part of the empire's cultural foundation, shaping how generations of Romans thought about duty, responsibility, and citizenship. The arts thrived in this new atmosphere. Sculptors carved his image in marble, presenting him not as a conqueror, but as a wise and serene leader, his face calm, his gaze steady. These statues were placed in towns and cities across the empire, a visual reminder of his presence, even in distant provinces. Coins bore his likeness, spreading his image into the hands of merchants and farmers, soldiers and slaves. It was a quiet but powerful form of propaganda, reinforcing the idea of Augustus as the father of the nation, a uniting force in a vast and diverse realm. Public entertainment, too, became a tool of cultural unity. Augustus understood that games and festivals could bind people together, offering moments of shared joy and spectacle. He expanded the Circus Maximus, where chariot races thrilled crowds, and he hosted lavish gladiatorial games, not merely for bloodshed, but as displays of Roman discipline and skill. Theater flourished, with plays and performances that celebrated Roman history and values. Even in leisure, there was purpose, a way to instill pride and cohesion in the hearts of the people. Yet for all the grandeur of his cultural projects, Augustus never lost sight of the personal, the intimate ways in which people connect with the world around them. He supported libraries, making literature more accessible to scholars and citizens alike. He valued education, believing that an informed populace was essential to the empire's strength. And in his own habits, he modeled simplicity, reading late into the night, surrounding himself with thinkers and artists, engaging in conversations that ranged from philosophy to the mundane details of governance. Over time, public perception of Augustus shifted. In his early years, some saw him as just another warlord, a man who had seized power through violence and cunning. But as decades passed, as peace held and prosperity spread, he came to be viewed differently as a restorer, a bringer of order in a chaotic world. By the time of his death, he was not merely respected, but revered, his name spoken with a quiet reverence, his legacy already woven into the identity of Rome. And that legacy endured long after he was gone. The institutions he built, the cultural norms he reinforced, the artistic movements he nurtured, they shaped the empire for centuries. Even when Rome fell, the echoes of his influence remained in the laws of medieval kingdoms, in the Renaissance revival of classical art, in the very idea of what it means to govern wisely. So as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, imagine the quiet hum of Rome in the age of Augustus, the poets reciting in shaded gardens, the masons carving marble under the warm sun, the murmur of citizens in the forum, the distant laughter of children playing near a new-built temple. It was a world remade, not just by force, but by vision, by patience, by the steady hand of a leader who understood that true power lies not just in ruling, but in inspiring. And perhaps, as sleep draws nearer, you can almost hear those distant echoes, the rustle of parchment, the chisel on stone, the soft words of a poem spoken centuries ago, still lingering in the air like a gentle lullaby. Rest now, and may the quiet legacy of Augustus's Rome cradle you in dreams as enduring as the empire he built. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Augustus was a man of quiet contradictions, a ruler who wielded immense power, yet lived with surprising simplicity. One of the lesser-known stories about him speaks to this paradox, though he transformed Rome into a city of marble. His own home on the Palatine Hill was modest by imperial standards. The floors were simple mosaic, the furnishings unassuming, and the walls adorned not with gold, but with frescoes of delicate landscapes. Visitors often remarked on this restraint, expecting grandeur, and instead finding something closer to the home of a nobleman rather than an emperor. He once joked that he lived in a house fit for a citizen, not a god, a subtle reminder that he preferred to be seen as the restorer of the Republic, not its tyrant. Even in his personal habits, Augustus was a man of routine. He rose early, often before dawn, preferring the quiet hours of morning to attend to correspondence or read reports from the provinces. His breakfast was light, a piece of bread dipped in wine, perhaps some olives or cheese. He disliked excess, both in food and in drink, and it was said that he watered down his wine so thoroughly that his companions sometimes teased him for his cautious sips. Yet this moderation was not mere austerity. It was a deliberate choice, a way of embodying the virtues he hoped to instill in Rome itself. There was a tender side to Augustus as well, one that appeared most clearly in his relationships. He adored his sister Octavia, and when her son Marcellus, his own nephew and chosen heir, died young, the grief nearly undid him. He composed a eulogy for the boy, delivered in a voice so choked with emotion that the Senate wept with him. Years later, when his beloved friend and General Agrippa passed away, Augustus insisted on carrying the funeral urn himself, a rare public display of sorrow from a man who usually kept his feelings carefully guarded. These moments remind us that behind the statesman was a man who loved deeply, who felt loss as keenly as any other. One of the most revealing stories about Augustus involves his sense of humor. He had a dry wit, often delivered with a straight face that left people unsure whether he was joking. Augustus merely nodded and asked if the bird could say anything else. When the governor admitted it could not, the emperor deadpanned. Pity. The court erupted in laughter. But Augustus remained perfectly composed, savoring the absurdity of the moment. He also had a playful rivalry with his wife Livia, particularly over their garden. She was an avid botanist, cultivating rare plants from across the empire, while Augustus preferred orderly rows of herbs and medicinal flowers. One day, she secretly replaced some of his prized rosemary bushes with a fragrant eastern shrub she had imported. Livia, caught in her own mischief, could only laugh. These small domestic moments reveal a man who, despite the weight of empire, found joy in quiet, ordinary things. Augustus was also a man of superstition, though he rarely spoke of it. He carried a sealskin pouch filled with lucky charms, a habit from his youth. When he narrowly escaped death in battle, he avoided sailing on certain days of the year, consulting astrologers before long voyages. And he had an irrational fear of thunderstorms, once diving under a bed during a violent storm. Convinced the gods were displeased, his advisors found this endearing, a rare crack in his otherwise unshakable composure. Yet, for all his quirks, Augustus was a master of symbolism. When he rebuilt the Senate House, he insisted on preserving the original footprint of the old building, a gesture of respect for tradition. When he restored temples, he made sure their ancient rituals were upheld, even as he introduced new ones. He understood that power was not just about laws and armies, but about stories, about connecting the present to the past in ways that felt inevitable, natural. Perhaps the most touching anecdote comes from his final years. As an old man, Augustus would sit in his garden, listening to the children of his household play. He had outlived so many of those he loved, his nephew Marcellus, his grandsons Gaius and Lucius, his dear friend Agrippa. But in those quiet afternoons, surrounded by laughter, he would sometimes murmur a line from Homer, a favorite verse about the fleeting beauty of life. It was a small moment, unrecorded by historians, but it speaks volumes about the man behind the legend, a ruler who shaped the world, yes, but who also knew the softness of twilight, the sweetness of simple things. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Augustus in these quiet moments, reading by lamplight, tending his garden, sharing a joke with Livia. The grand achievements, the laws and monuments, they are part of his story, but so too are these small human details, the ones that remind us he was not just an emperor, but a man. Let these images lull you, gentle as the turning of a page, as the whisper of leaves in an ancient Roman garden. Rest now, and may your dreams carry you to that quiet, sunlit world where history and humanity meet. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Augustus often retreated to the gardens of his villa on the Palatine Hill, where the scent of rosemary and lavender drifted through the air, and the rustling of olive leaves provided a gentle soundtrack to his thoughts. By then, his steps had slowed, his once vigorous stride now measured and deliberate. The years had softened the edges of his ambition, leaving in its place a man who understood the weight of time, the inevitability of change, and the quiet satisfaction of a life well lived. His final years were marked not by grand conquests, but by reflection, long hours spent reviewing the empire he had shaped, the laws he had written, the peace he had nurtured. He would sometimes call for his secretaries to read back to him the records of his reign, not out of vanity, but as one might leaf through an old journal, tracing the contours of a journey now nearing its end. He had transformed Rome from a city of crumbling brick to gleaming marble, as he once famously boasted. And yet, in those quiet moments, it was the smaller things that lingered in his memory, the laughter of children in his household, the warmth of Livia's hand in his, The simple pleasure of watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of gold and crimson. One of his last great acts was the completion of his Res Gesti asterisk, a careful chronicle of his achievements, inscribed on bronze pillars outside his mausoleum. It was not a boast, but a testament, a way of ensuring that future generations would understand the world he had tried to build. He spoke of roads repaired, of provinces secured, of temples restored, but between the lines, there was something deeper, a quiet pride in the stability he had brought, the wars he had ended, the peace he had preserved. He had not ruled as a tyrant, but as a steward guiding Rome toward a future that would outlast him, and indeed, his legacy was already taking root. The poets of his age, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, had woven his vision into the fabric of Roman culture, casting him not merely as a ruler, but as a figure of destiny, a bringer of order in a world once ruled by chaos. The people of Rome, who had once known only the strife of civil war, now walked through forums and temples rebuilt in his name, their lives touched by the quiet efficiency of his administration. Even the farthest provinces, once unruly and distant, now thrived under the careful balance of local governance and imperial oversight. Yet, for all his successes, Augustus was not without his sorrows. He had buried too many loved ones, his nephew Marcellus, taken too soon by illness, his grandsons Gaius and Lucius, whose deaths left a void in his plans for succession. And then there was Agrippa, his closest friend, his most trusted general, whose absence was a wound that never fully healed. In his final years, Augustus often spoke of them, not with the grief of a man trapped in the past, but with the quiet reverence of one who understood that loss was part of life's great tapestry. As his strength waned, he turned his thoughts to the future. He had chosen Tiberius, Livia's son, as his successor, a decision made not out of preference, but necessity. He knew the risks of leaving power unsettled, the chaos that could follow if Rome was left without a clear path forward. And so, with the same meticulous care he had applied to every aspect of his rule, he prepared for the transition. He gathered the Senate, reaffirmed Tiberius's position, and ensured that the mechanisms of government would continue smoothly. It was a final act of stewardship, one last gift to the empire he loved. In his last days, he retreated to Nola, the same town where his father had died decades before. There, surrounded by family and trusted advisors, he met his end with the same quiet dignity that had marked his life. According to Suetonius, his final words were simple: "Have I played my part well in the comedy of life?" It was a fitting farewell, a reminder that even the greatest of men are, in the end, merely players on a vast and timeless stage. When news of his death reached Rome, the city mourned as if it had lost a father. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, and temples rose in his honor across the empire. But more than statues or inscriptions, his true legacy lived on in the world he left behind, a Rome that was stronger, more stable, more enduring than it had ever been before. The Pax Augusta, the peace he had forged, would last for generations. A golden age that poets and historians would look back upon with reverence. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Augustus not as a distant figure of marble and legend, but as a man who once sat beneath the shade of a fig tree, listening to the breeze, thinking of all that had been and all that was yet to come. His story is one of power, yes, but also of wisdom, of patience, of quiet moments that linger long after the grand speeches and battles fade from memory. Let the thought of him soothe you, a ruler who understood that the greatest legacies are not just in monuments, but in the lives touched, the peace preserved, the stories passed down through time. Close your eyes now and let the stillness of history cradle you. The gardens of Rome are quiet, the lamps burn low, and the echoes of an empire at peace whisper softly in the night. Rest, and may your dreams carry you to that tranquil world where past and present meet, where the footsteps of giants are as gentle as falling leaves. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The legacy of Augustus is like a river, flowing quietly through time, its currents shaping the world long after its source has faded into history. His reign did not end with his death, nor did his influence vanish when the last temples to Divus Augustus crumbled into dust. Instead, his ideas, his vision, and the peace he cultivated seeped into the foundations of empires and nations, yet unborn, whispering to rulers and thinkers across the centuries. Think of how the very concept of an emperor, a single guiding hand steering the fate of a vast domain, traces its lineage back to him. The title, Augustus, itself became a mantle worn by those who followed, a word that carried the weight of stability, wisdom, and authority. The Byzantine emperors, ruling from the golden halls of Constantinople, still called themselves Augustus over 1,000 years later, as if the name itself held a magic that could conjure order from chaos. Even the word August, the month named in his honor, lingers on our calendars, a quiet reminder of the man who reshaped time itself. Beyond titles and traditions, Augustus's greatest gift was the idea that governance could be more than raw power. It could be an art. He understood that laws, roads, and aqueducts could bind a people together more surely than fear. The Pax Romana, that golden age of peace, became a model for rulers who dreamed of prosperity rather than conquest. Centuries later, Charlemagne, crowned Holy Roman Emperor on a cold Christmas night in 800 AD, sought to revive the dream of a unified, peaceful empire under wise rule. Though his realm was different, the spirit of Augustus lived in his ambition, a world where order and culture flourished. Even in the modern age, echoes of Augustus's vision can be found in the quiet corridors of power when the founding fathers of the United States debated how to structure their new republic. They looked to Rome, not to its chaotic end, but to its golden beginning, the balance of power, the careful distribution of authority, even the idea of a leader who was first among equals. These were all shadows of Augustus's principate. They did not seek to replicate him, but they absorbed the lesson that stability required both strength and restraint. And what of the cities he built? Rome was not merely preserved under Augustus, it was transformed. He famously boasted that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, but more than stone. He left behind an idea that a city should be more than a collection of streets, that it should inspire, protect, and endure. Walk through the grand plazas of Paris, the sweeping boulevards of Washington, even the carefully planned capitals of modern nations, and you will see reflections of his vision. Urban planners and architects still speak of the Augustan ideal, a city as a living monument to civilization itself. Yet, like all great legacies, his has been reinterpreted, challenged, and sometimes resisted. The Enlightenment thinkers of the 18th century, with their fierce love of liberty, often cast Augustus as a cautionary tale, a reminder of how easily republics could slip into autocracy. Edward Gibbon, in his monumental Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, saw in Augustus the seeds of later decay, arguing that his system, for all its brilliance, relied too much on one man's wisdom. And yet, even critics could not deny the sheer endurance of what he built. The empire he stabilized lasted, in some form, for another 1,500 years, a span of time almost unimaginable to us now. In quieter ways, Augustus's influence lingers in the arts, in literature, in the very way we tell stories about power. Shakespeare, in Julius Caesar, gave us not Augustus, but his younger self, Octavian, the cunning, patient heir, who learned from the mistakes of those who came before. More recently, novels and films have revisited his life, sometimes painting him as a master strategist, other times as a calculating politician, but always as a figure who understood the weight of history. His story reminds us that leadership is not just about moments of triumph, but about the long, patient work of building something that lasts. Perhaps the most enduring lesson of Augustus is one that feels almost gentle in its simplicity, that peace is worth the patience it requires. The Pax Romana did not come from sudden victory, but from years of careful negotiation, of rebuilding, of knowing when to fight and when to lay down the sword. In an age where conflicts rise and fall like waves, that lesson still whispers to diplomats and leaders that the greatest triumphs are not those celebrated with parades, but those measured in generations of quiet prosperity. So as you drift toward sleep, let the thought of Augustus's legacy settle over you like a soft blanket. Imagine the centuries unwinding like a slow river, carrying fragments of his vision into the present. The laws we live by, the cities we walk through, even the way we think about power and responsibility, all bear the faintest imprint of his hand, not as a conqueror, but as a steward, a man who planted trees knowing he would never sit in their shade. And now, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let that thought comfort you. History is not just a record of what has passed, but a living thing, shaped by the dreams of those who came before. Augustus sleeps, as all mortals must, but his ideas, like the stars above Rome, still shine softly across the ages. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the quiet tide of time carry you into rest. The past is peaceful here, and the echoes of great lives are as soothing as a lullaby. Sleep, and may your dreams be as lasting as the legacy of Augustus, gentle, enduring, and ever-present. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Augustus has been told and retold so many times across the centuries that it has gathered layers of myth, like dust settling on an ancient statue. Some of these stories simplify him into a golden figure of perfection, a statesman without flaw, while others reduce him to a cunning manipulator, a man who merely wore the mask of virtue. But the truth, as always, is softer, more complex, and far more human. One of the most persistent myths is that Augustus was always meant to rule, that his rise was inevitable, written in the stars. It is easy to forget that he began as a sickly young man named Octavian, thrust into the chaos of Roman politics after the murder of his great uncle, Julius Caesar. The future emperor was not born with a crown upon his head. He was an unlikely heir, a teenager with more enemies than allies, navigating a world where power shifted like sand beneath his feet. His survival was not destiny, but the result of careful calculation, patience, and more than a little luck. The story of Augustus is not one of effortless triumph, but of quiet endurance, of learning when to advance and when to retreat. Another misconception is that Augustus was a man of unchanging virtue, a ruler who always acted from noble intentions. The truth is far more interesting. He was a master of reinvention, a man who understood the power of image. In his youth, he was ruthless, willing to eliminate rivals and allies alike in his climb to power. The proscriptions, the lists of enemies marked for death, were a dark stain on his early years. Yet as he grew older, he softened, or at least learned the value of appearing to do so. The Augustus of later years cultivated the image of a humble servant of Rome, a man who refused the trappings of kingship, even as he held absolute power. He was not a saint, nor was he a tyrant. He was something more nuanced, a politician who understood that the appearance of restraint could be more powerful than open domination. Then there is the myth of the Pax Romana, the great peace that Augustus supposedly bestowed upon Rome like a divine gift. It is true that his reign brought stability after decades of civil war. But this peace was not without its shadows. The frontiers of the empire still simmered with conflict. Legions marched to secure distant borders, and dissent was quietly suppressed. The peace was not passive, but actively maintained, a careful balance between force and diplomacy. Even the idea of Augustus as a reluctant warrior is misleading. He was a shrewd military strategist, expanding Rome's reach when it served his purpose, and consolidating when necessary. The peace he fostered was hard-won, a tapestry woven from both war and wisdom. Perhaps the most romanticized aspect of Augustus's story is his relationship with Rome itself. It is often said that he loved the city as a father loves a child, that his reforms were acts of pure devotion. But Augustus was also a pragmatist. His rebuilding of Rome was not just an act of civic pride. It was a calculated move to secure his legacy, to bind the people to him through stone and spectacle. The marble temples, the restored aqueducts, the grand forums, all served to remind the citizens who had given them this splendor. Even his moral legislation, his attempts to revive traditional Roman values, were as much about control as they were about idealism. He understood that to shape a society, one must shape its habits, its rituals, its very sense of identity. And what of his personal life, so often painted in broad strokes of tragedy and triumph? The story of Augustus and his family is one of contradictions. He spoke of family values, yet his own household was riven with scandal and heartbreak. His daughter Julia, so beloved, was exiled for her defiance of his moral laws. His chosen heirs died too soon, leaving him to rely on the reluctant Tiberius. The man who could command empires could not command the hearts of those closest to him. There is a quiet sadness in this, a reminder that even the most powerful are subject to the same vulnerabilities as anyone else. The greatest distortion of all may be the idea that Augustus was a singular genius, a solitary architect of Rome's golden age. In truth, he was a man who knew how to listen, to delegate, to surround himself with capable minds. Agrippa, his loyal general and friend, was the hand behind many of his military successes. Maecenas, his cultural advisor, helped shape the artistic flourishing of the age. Augustus did not act alone. He was the center of a web of alliances, a conductor of talents greater than his own. His genius lay not in doing everything himself, but in knowing how to bring out the best in others. As sleep draws nearer, let these layers of myth and reality settle gently in your mind. Augustus was not a figure of marble, cold and unchanging, but a man of flesh and thought, full of contradictions. He could be ruthless and generous, calculating and visionary, a reformer and a traditionalist. His legacy is not a simple story of good or evil, but a tapestry of choices, some brilliant, some flawed, all human. And so, as the night wraps around you like the folds of a toga, remember that history is never as simple as it seems. The past is not a series of clear lessons, but a quiet conversation between what was and what we have come to believe. Augustus sleeps, his complexities fading into the soft haze of time, but his story remains, not as a perfect tale, but as a deeply human one. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the weight of these thoughts drift away. The night is long, and the past is patient. It will wait for you to return whenever you are ready to listen again. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as layered and peaceful as the truth of history itself. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as we draw closer to the end of this journey through the life of Augustus. Let us reflect on the man who reshaped the world with quiet determination, whose legacy lingers like the last embers of a fading fire. His story is one of transformation, not just of Rome, but of himself. Born Gaius Octavius, a young man of modest beginnings, he stepped into the shadow of his great uncle Julius Caesar and emerged as Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, a title he wore with both pride and caution. His life was not a straight path, but a winding river, bending with the currents of ambition, loss, and reinvention. Consider his achievements not as distant facts carved in stone, but as living echoes that still resonate today. He brought peace after decades of civil war, an era so fragile and precious that he called it the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. It was not perfect, nor was it without its costs, but for generations, it allowed the empire to flourish, its roads stretching like veins across continents, its laws and language weaving through cultures that would one day become the foundations of modern Europe. He rebuilt Rome, not just in marble and grand monuments, but in spirit, restoring old traditions while gently guiding the Republic towards something new. Yet Augustus was not just a builder of cities, he was a builder of systems. He reformed the military, ensuring loyalty not to warlords, but to the state. He reorganized the provinces, bringing order where there had been chaos. He understood the power of image, presenting himself not as a king, but as the first among equals, a servant of the people. Even his name, Augustus, meaning the revered one, was carefully chosen, a title of respect, not domination. He knew that power to last must be cloaked in humility. But he was no saint. The same man who pardoned enemies and promoted the arts could also be ruthless, eliminating threats with cold precision. The same ruler who championed family values saw his own household riven by betrayal and tragedy. His beloved daughter Julia, exiled for scandal, his trusted generals falling in battle or to treachery. These were the shadows that followed his brilliance. History remembers him as both a unifier and a strategist, a man who could weep at the funeral of a friend, yet make decisions that cost thousands their lives. And how do we remember him now, 2,000 years later? His name still lingers in our language, August, the month named in his honor. Still marked by summer's warmth, his legacy lives in the very idea of empire, in the way leaders balance authority with persuasion. We see him in art, in statues that capture his youthful idealism and his aged wisdom, in the ruins of Rome that whisper of his vision. Scholars debate him, poets evoke him, and even now his story is retold not as myth, but as a lesson in the complexities of power. Perhaps his greatest achievement was not in what he built, but in what he left behind, a system that, for all its flaws, endured. The Roman Empire would last for centuries, its influence stretching far beyond the Mediterranean, shaping laws, languages, and the very way we think about governance. And though the empire would one day fall, the idea of Rome never truly faded. It became a dream, a symbol, a ghost that haunts the corridors of history. As you let these thoughts drift through your mind, consider how softly the past touches the present. The world Augustus shaped is gone, and yet it is still here in the arches of our buildings, in the words we speak, in the quiet ways we still seek order amid chaos. His life reminds us that history is not just about great deeds, but about the small, human choices that ripple outward, long after the people who made them are gone. Now, as the night deepens and the stars turn slowly overhead, let the weight of this story settle gently within you. Augustus, the boy who became a god in the eyes of his people, the ruler who walked the line between tradition and change. He is part of the long, quiet conversation between past and present. His triumphs and his sorrows are threads in the vast tapestry of time, woven into the fabric of the world we know today. Close your eyes and imagine the soft rustle of time, like leaves in an ancient Roman garden. The past does not demand your wakefulness. It is content to wait, patient as the moon. Let your breath slow, your thoughts soften. The story of Augustus is complete, yet it lives on in the quiet spaces between memory and dream. Sleep now, and may your rest be as peaceful as the eternal city in its golden age. May your dreams be filled with quiet visions of marble halls and sunlit courtyards, where the echoes of history murmur like distant fountains. The night is long, and the past will always be here, waiting for you when you wake. Until then, let go, drift softly, and surrender to the gentle embrace of sleep.